7 minutes past the hour. Welcome to a brand new show, and thank you so much for making the Rick and Bubba Show part of your day. As always, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. The Good Time Gang is live, and we are excited to have another day with you. We have a lot to discuss, a lot to break down, personal lives, stories. We got us a little bracket going on here, Helmsy. We're trying to see if we can get Greg to carry it at all today. We have Eddie Van Adler here, Greg Burgess, Michael Helms. I'm Speedy, the Good Time Gang. Rick and Bubba join us in 1 hour from now. But until then, we're kicking things off. That's why it's called the Kickoff Hour on the Rick and Bubba Show. What up, boys? How y'all doing?
Hey, me they.
Look, y'all look good today. Y'all got high energy.
Yeah.
That fires me up.
Bring it on.
I'll tell you what I'm not doing. I'm not doing that bracket.
I'm going to tell you what. What if we
I
set on
wouldn't
you
take
made
the
you do it?
time to even – I don't want to put the mental effort or even the physical effort. What little physical effort it is.
You might could have it filled out in 90 seconds.
I don't want to, because you know what? Then I'll have to act like I care I don't care at all about basketball, y'all. I like high school basketball. If I'm going to watch it, I'll watch that.
Okay.
But there's no bracket for it.
So Greg's filling out his bracket. And all right, so besides this one going on, JC has created the Wilburn bracket, and he has forced everybody in the family to fill one out.
What's your bracket look like?
And claims
You talking about the Wilburn March? Let's see. How do we want to? Y'all got to have a name.
Well, I can tell you, he created it. Hold on, what is it?
Wilburn March Madness.
Wilburn, we are Wilburn.
Let's see here.
Wilburn face.
Wilburn fam bracket is what he did.
Okay, all right.
And he's like, hey, y'all join the bracket, blah blah blah. Of course, I had them join Rick and Bubba bracket challenge as well. I love in here how he said Dad is committed to giving the winner, and he gave him like an amount, which he never has talked to me about that. But I like how the family. Oh, really? Okay. So Terry filled hers out last night, and it was comical, to say the least.
She'll probably win.
Yeah, she had no idea.
Look, if you had,
it'd be like me filling it out.
Yeah.
She's probably more qualified than me. Actually.
I told Maddie, I said, if you'll go with the better seed and pick Gonzaga, you got a really good chance.
You do.
Just do that.
Yeah. And Illinois, Illinois is looking interesting there.
Well, that's who I picked, just
I know.
because everybody else seems to be picking Gonzaga.
Yeah.
See, I don't even know.
You don't have a clue, do you, big guy?
Huh? No.
But anyway, that's going on. It starts
really everybody
right
does,
before lunch
yeah,
today, right?
Yeah, get it. You still got a few
What
hours.
about Iona?
Get your bracket in, Greg.
I'm going with Iona.
What?
Ain't that Rick Pitino?
Did you hear what
he just playing
said?
Alabama?
Did you hear what he just said? I said, hey, I was giving the audience, hey, don't think that you've got time. You've got a few hours. Did you hear him?
What is that?
Ooh, I can tell time.
I didn't hear it. Ooh, I know with the countdown.
I'm going to have to really monitor myself today. I want to ooh a lot.
Yeah, it's going to be a big oohing day.
Yeah, it is.
Right now.
It is. So that's happening. We got a lot out there today. Good night. We got some sports news. We've had some moving in the NFL. I know a lot of us don't care about that. This one here, though, is
I care more than I do about the bracket.
And this one here's a biggie. The NFL has reached a new 11-year broadcast agreement with TV partners. Amazon Prime has landed Thursday night games. All of this, with the multiple reports the league is collecting, and $10 billion annually.
Wow. How about this? That
billion.
Thursday thing doesn't affect me because, I can't watch it on Thursday.
That's right.
I can't.
So that's they'll be exclusive Thursday night. So if you want to watch, is that what that's saying? If you want to watch the NFL game on Thursday night, you have to go Amazon Prime.
Yeah, it will be the exclusive domain, Amazon Prime. DirecTV's Sunday ticket will no longer be part of the package as well. But ABC has entered the Super Bowl rotation, and ESPN will continue to air Monday Night Football. NBC will continue to air Sunday night, but the package includes a number of different things. They've set the Super Bowl up until 2033, I believe. So there's a lot in there, but the biggest thing that's making the headlines is that Amazon Prime has snatched up Thursday night. And that's the biggest change.
And that is a big change because to Greg's point, if you're not yet in the streaming world, you don't. And you love football.
Everybody is, but they're not.
I know.
I mean, some people can't, where they live, they don't have good internet.
Yeah.
So
a lot of people don't have maps.
But again, it's the NFL on Thursday, so it's not that big a deal.
Well, it is to Amazon Prime because you know what
weird uniforms.
You know what they're gambling on is that I tell you what, you love the NFL enough to where you'll become a Prime member, and that'll pay for it.
That's what they think.
Ha!
I've always thought the Prime membership was as
Free
far as
shipping.
that's it. That's what gets you every time. You're not paying for the video service or the music service or any of that. It's the fact that you get free shipping, and then all that other stuff that comes with it's just a bonus.
Yeah, that's how you sold me on it. Because that was hard for me.
And that's a
Years
real
ago,
deal. I mean, you can manage that. You can manage that with a couple paper towel orders.
I'm telling you.
As much as I get shipped to the house, it's worth it.
Watch your mouth.
I know it. It's a bunch of ship.
It will.
This is what I meant by high energy.
So the new
I saw it coming.
Hey, the new agreement's going to initiate.
Ain't seen nothing yet.
From 2023 to 2033. I wonder what 2033.
Wait, time out. It's from 20. What now,
buddy?
Give me that again. I wasn't listening. You were white noise at that point. What were you saying?
Well, you'll
check out from time to time.
Yeah. And I noticed you'll look through me too. What are you thinking about?
I know. My mind, I can't focus. But so this is from 20 to what?
This says the new deal that was inked. The new agreement will initiate with the 2023 season and run through 2033.
So it's not going to happen to the 2023 season?
Well, that's what they're saying. They're saying here that the agreement will initiate during the 2023 season and run through 2033.
Well, I'd say that's so far. Nobody care about that.
We don't even know where we'll be at 2023.
No, we don't. Certainly don't know where we'll be when that contract ends.
How about this?
2033.
We ain't sure we'll be in 2022.
How about this? According to the league,
you've started early.
I'm just saying things,
here's a stat.
This may be why they don't tell us anything.
Hey, I'll tell you this. I'm just going to keep talking through it. You'll love this because I know how you love stats. You hate stats.
Oh, analytics all day.
According to the league, 24 of the top 25 most watched programs on television over the last 5 years have been NFL games.
On Thursday?
And 77 of the top 100 have been NFL games.
So
that's why the NFL is getting this big paycheck.
Yeah, that's good when you're selling it. But
because
again,
you got leverage with all these broadcasters going, well, I tell you what, we'll pay the money because y'all get the highest rating.
If I'm representing, I'm the one that's selling that, that's some good stats.
Yeah.
But again, Thursday, I don't think Thursday had any of top watched event. Right?
I don't know.
That's where they got them.
Maybe Grey's
They went over here and
Anatomy.
said, look at this. Well, I was talking about them games on Sunday. But we got you for Thursday.
I forget about Thursday night a lot. I do.
Yeah, I do. It just doesn't feel right.
I do.
It took me years to watch college on Thursday night, which I will, but I won't watch college on Fridays.
Yeah.
Can't do it. Will not watch a college football game on a Friday night.
Yeah. Quarterback musical chairs are continuing. Andy Dalton to the Bears, where they say he's got the starting job unless something happens.
I want to go back to something before we get into that. Is there other sports where you won't watch on certain days? Like, for instance, baseball. Is there a day where you go, nope,
No,
I
baseball
can't do?
pretty much can go any
You
day.
can go any day. And you don't care about basketball
I
other than
watch
high school
NASCAR in the
basketball.
middle of the week.
Okay. See, that's what
It's
I was
gotta be
looking
on
for.
Sunday or Saturday.
Okay. So if there is a night race at Bristol on a Wednesday night, you're out.
I'm out.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. I'd had to
No,
get
I
I
actually was just going to go to break and just fly by that. So Dalton to the Bears and Trubisky to the Buffalo Bills.
Okay, so Trubisky will just be a backup.
Yes.
But now Dalton, when did we decide he's back?
I don't know.
I know he played all year for Dak.
Yeah.
But did he light the world up? I don't think so.
I don't know. Well, according to the Bears, they
you about the Red Rifle or whatever they call it?
Yeah, the Chicago Bears say apparently we're not going to have a quarterback competition. The job belongs to Andy.
Now, at one time the Bears were in the hunt for Russell Wilson, and now they've ended up with the Red Rider.
You making that redhead joke again?
Rick and Bubba.
the Rick and Bubba Show, and you're right, Greg. We do not have the tools to pull this off, but we're here again, and we thank you for being a part of the kickoff hour. Rick and Bubba join us right after the top of the hour. All right, guys, you know how every now and then I'll play this little game with y'all to see if you can guess what I'm playing. I just maybe play a little piece of audio and just go, hey, guys, what do y'all think about this?
Yeah.
What do y'all think this is? I have another one. And so I just
what do y'all think? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, it is. It's just actually, it's not what do y'all think. Check this out. This one here, I don't want you to, especially if you're driving, y'all don't close your eyes because you don't have to. But you guys, I need you to really concentrate. Okay. All right. That's
we're gonna guess what it is.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly. Helmsy, concentrate. Get out of your phone.
I'm listening.
Here we go.
It's Braden's phone.
What do y'all? What do y'all? That's Braden's phone right there.
Oh, I'm sorry. This one's his.
Okay.
No wonder I couldn't find what I was looking for.
You ready? What do y'all think? What do y'all think's going on here? What do y'all think about this?
Sounds like heckling.
I'm going to predict it's someone. They're at a college football game in spring.
Okay, it's not bad.
And running back has gotten loose down the field for 6.
Sounds like someone's being heckled, and then something happens while they're being heckled.
Because the crowd builds like
yes, they did something.
It's quiet,
and at first it sounds like somebody they're yelling at somebody.
Right. Well, I think y'all have got a little bit of all of it right. You do have some yelling, you have some heckling,
encouraging,
and you got somebody that's
could
loose
be
and
a
everybody's
fight.
chasing.
It could be a fight.
Sound
too.
like it could be a fight.
We could have a brawl in the middle of Target.
All right, so spring break's going on right now.
Does sound like
for
it's
a lot
outside,
for a lot of schools. Some it's not, but some it is. And in Clearwater Beach, Florida, there is some spring breakers that are out there, and the police pull up, break up a fight, and handcuff a dude and put him in the back of the police car. Well, the door's open, and there's a crowd that's built around him. Now he's in handcuffs.
Yeah.
Well, video posted on TikTok or whatever shows the officers trying to navigate through the large crowd, and God love them, and I can't imagine their job because they're trying to look around and make sure everybody's okay. And one person opens the cop door where the guy's sitting, and then the guy gets out and takes off with handcuffs on, digging through the sand, and then
that's the crowd hollering as he's running.
Yes,
oh,
that is the.
I like that.
I mean, I'm talking about digging. Okay,
wait a minute. Why is the crowd running with him?
Because they're just all so excited. So somebody opens.
There's his buddy.
Right. So we got the guys coming up to the cop door, and one of the guys opens it, and then now you're about to see this dude emerge, and all he has is swimming trunks on, and he's handcuffed, and he's digging.
Now,
he is running.
At that point, he's not thinking about how do I get these cuffs off.
No.
I can't just wear them forever.
I'm not encouraging this behavior, but I love it. This is funny.
Well,
and I've noticed as the crowd cheers, he gets faster.
Yeah, he does.
He does.
But you would. He is.
When he emerges from that car.
Something about somebody running with handcuffs.
And the crowd running with him is even better.
Now, the handcuffs are behind his back, okay, not in the front. So when he's running.
And he's got on nothing but swim trunks. That's all he's got
swim
on.
trunks.
No shirt.
And he is digging through the sand.
We got a beautiful day, bluebird skies, and
he's already in the car, loaded up.
Look, hey, have no idea where he's going. He's just running, okay?
I know, no plan.
Hey,
I got cuffs.
No plan
I guess I'll just wear cuffs the rest of the vacation.
Yeah, I guess so. And there's a lot of people in trouble here. First of all, he's now in trouble because now he's running. Okay, so he's in trouble. They'll find whoever the person is that opened that back door.
Got him on video.
Oh yes, yeah. Now he's in trouble.
Did you see him try to nonchalant do it?
Yeah.
Watch pink shirt right here.
Yeah,
or whatever
he's
color.
He's filming it first.
Yeah. So
he nonchalantly opens the door.
Watch him look away once he does it.
Guys, I'm telling y'all, he is absolutely digging. All right, and we all know alcohol's involved here.
So it wasn't pink shirt; it was the guy standing in front of pink shirt.
So the door's now cracked, and so now he's like, "Oh, I'm out. I'm gone. I am gone. I am digging." Now the cops were on his tail and caught up with him, further down the beach.
It didn't turn out good.
No.
And again, it was going to be tough getting them cuffs off at some point.
He's been charged with now escape, disorderly conduct, resisting an officer without violence, according to the Clearwater Police Department.
Look at his mugshot.
So now he's made something that he was dealing with now worse. The person suspected of opening the door was also taken into custody, so now he's in trouble.
Okay, like you said.
And it says, while many of the young adults in the video think this is funny, it has turned out to be very serious because of, the cops don't know what the intentions are of a lot of people.
Funny,
well, it was real funny, and if you don't laugh at that, you need to lighten up.
Yeah,
There's police officers laughing at that today.
Probably so.
So what is he?
Stupid
Hey, let me ask you
break.
this: what is that guy gonna harm? He's in swim trunks and got handcuffs on, and sprinting in sand.
Part of
who's
me-
he really gonna bother at this point?
It has no
Okay.
plan where he's going. Part of me wishes he would have got away, and then the rest of the week he would seem like at parties and he'd still be cuffed. Everybody got that guy with the cuffs on.
Yeah,
and the police couldn't find him, but yet he stayed down there and finished out his vacation.
Yeah. All right,
Wait,
so,
none of us want this to be our son, okay?
Yeah.
We're not
No.
encouraging this behavior.
Oh, wow. I love the drag. I'm dragging him now. The cops. Once
But
they
in a
caught
world
up
where
with
we
him.
all desperately need to lighten up, this is funny.
And I know a lot of us in this room are being hypocritical if we criticize that.
Amen.
yeah.
From back, not now, but
Hey.
back when we were.
That's
that age.
1998. Here we go. right here.
That right there looked just like.
Yes.
you know,
Yes.
When I graduated from high school, we went through.
That
It
easily
did.
could have been me
I'm not proud of that.
in the late 90s.
Yeah, I'm not
Now-
saying
now
that's
what-
should happen.
Right.
Now, what this guy has done now, and they say it in the story, he was just a very minor incident where
Sure.
Oh, now it's big.
minor charge.
Yeah.
Now it's a big deal,
No, sure.
and it's gone viral, and everybody's
Yeah.
loving it.
You know, back in the day, if you could ride around
Somebody
with
find a way to tie race to it.
yeah, because they didn't beat him up.
Yeah.
But, you know, there was a day when if you got picked up in the paddy wagon down there, if you would ride around and just not cause problems, they would eventually just let you out.
Yeah,
You know.
and don't do it again.
Yeah.
yeah,
Now they'd ride you around a minute.
right. Y'all, he is digging on that beach. I'm talking about.
How many times have
digging.
y'all been in the paddy wagon?
Not a lot.
I'm
I
sorry,
neither.
I couldn't hear you. What'd you say?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Plus, you can skip the
top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Our number is 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we love to hear from you. Now, it'll be unscreened phone calls if we go there, but you can always give us a call, 866-WE-BE-BIG. That is the number. The main show starts in 30 minutes from now. We got a lot to discuss today, we look to the weekend. I think spring officially starts Sunday. I think. Here I am. I'm sorry. We do know that the NCAA men's bracket starts today. We got a slew of games. A slew of games. And have you filled your Rick and Bubba bracket out yet? Well, you can go to show notes at rickandbubba.com, and when you do, you can simply fill it out and be a part of the Rick and Bubba bracket challenge. And the winner is going to get what, Helmsy?
Well, they're going to get a Blaze TV
Greg, pay
membership
attention
for
to
sure.
this.
I mean, that's done.
He doesn't know what he's giving.
And then, depending on what's in stock, we'll get them some goodies, maybe a hat, some shirts, maybe even throw a How to Be a Man book in there from themanchurch.com.
All right, let me ask you a question. Every time you say this, are you writing this down? Because it sounds different every time you say it.
Does it sound different?
Yeah, it's like you're changing what they win every time.
I'm trying to be.
Just say they're going to win
at some point on all those little notepads you have, we might want to write that down.
Some stuff.
The Blaze TV membership
that's the only thing that's stayed consistent.
Yeah,
that's it though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I feel like that's a big deal.
It is. Real big deal.
And I don't know what's in stock. I'm gonna have to look. So like I can't if we've got a extra large Make Radio Great Again T-shirt and they need a XXX, well, we'll have to move on to something else.
Right.
So I don't want to promise those things.
Yeah.
I can promise a shirt and I can promise a hat. I just don't know which ones at this point.
Yeah. The year was 2019. The month was August. And that is when we went and got a climate-controlled storage unit.
Yeah.
10 by 15. It was a big one. And the reason why we did that is because we were moving. And we're downsizing and we weren't going to have the basement anymore. And the attic that we had at the other house, it was that airtight foam spray where, the attic didn't really get that hot.
Yeah.
And at our new setup, it's, a little bit different. And so, we had pictures and stuff that we needed to store. Plus, we had things that we weren't sure what to do with. I mean, we don't really need to throw it away. We don't need to give it away. We don't need to sell it. What are we doing with it? Well, let's put it in there, and then once we get into the new house, we'll figure it out. Well, then a year goes by, and now it's 2021, and we still had that storage unit. And I don't know why it got on me, but I think it was when
I can tell you why it got on you.
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
that check you're writing every month.
And I think every time I would get notification that it's time and pay the bill, I would go on my little speech to Terry about how time has gone by. What are we going to do about this and all that? Well, I was just determined. Okay, I just got notification, honey, that this month has been taken out. We have paid for another month, but that is the last one.
That's it.
That'll do it. That'll do it.
Nail in coffin.
So I've been just dabbling with it a little bit, and I've given y'all updates about how it's been on me.
Yeah.
The update today is I have got an empty storage unit. I have worked.
Business?
There it is, right there. If you're watching on YouTube, there it is. There is the storage unit that was once full, and I'm talking about both sides in the back. I just had a path that I could walk to get to the back, and it was stuff everywhere.
By the way, most people forget about that. and they don't leave them a path.
Oh, you got to
And
have a path.
It's a struggle to get back there. But what'd you do with that rocking chair? That little bitty rocker?
I knew you were going to. I gave it away.
You gave, so you couldn't give it away to me? I was being serious.
Oh, you didn't want that.
I did want
chair.
that.
Now, the
You
old
saw it in the Marco Polo yesterday.
I
wasn't
did.
paying
It did
attention.
look like an old man ghost kind of chair.
I love
that, he
that
might
chair.
Like it.
I pictured me sitting in my bedroom next to the window reading a book.
Really?
Yes.
Well, I thought you were kidding.
No, I was being serious.
Oh, I gave it away to and they'll put it. Well, I have the thrift store that it might be in. I can let you
Thrift
know.
store.
You can go and grab it.
Well,
But
no, I don't go to that trouble.
I was in
Somebody utilize
the. I'm not going to mess with it. I'm getting it. This is my giveaway stack, which is there was some nice stuff in there, and that was one of them. It's a nice old rocking
We should
chair.
have done our version of Storage Wars yesterday, and Greg, we should have went. You were
Yeah.
in town. We should have went with him and picked out what we want. And
Yeah. How
you
about
could have made a little money off of
this
us.
place that we
It's nice.
had this
It's nice looking.
Oh,
you have
by
a
the way.
moment of silence with it?
You know what it was? It was a sure enough good one, and they made it so easy. Okay, now I hope that it's this easy, but I've gotten confirmation. It was simply clean it out, sweep it out, take a picture of a clean unit, email it, let us know the date you're moving out and the unit number. And I did, and I got within an hour, hey, you have successfully moved out. This is what you prorated and credited back, and you're done. And so by the time I went to bed last night, I was done. I was done. Now, I do have a garage full of stuff.
That's what I was about to say.
Okay, so I've moved it
You don't have a
to
rocker.
another location. I've given a lot of stuff away. Some things made it to the dumpster too. That was just
Yeah.
like, I don't know why we've kept
Would
this.
you throw anything else away that may be controversial when it comes to the dumpster? And
Yeah,
your wife?
there's a few things that I've told Terry. Now, this is where we got to be motivated again to do what I'm just about to say. Hey, hon, there's a couple of Rubbermaids that are just full of stuff, and we need to. I'm going to get it to the house, and we need to go through it,
Yeah.
and then break it down again. Because here's what I don't want to do. I don't want to fight the steps to get above the garage and get it up in the attic if we're never going to touch it again until we move again. Why is it going up there?
Yeah.
So let's break it down and see. All right, does it even need to go? So we could possibly throw away or give away a few more things that are in the garage. But I had a little bit of a handle. I forgot when I went back to the house, I had forgotten that I moved all the outside furniture into the garage because of the storms.
I did that too.
And so
You had to move it back out?
yeah, so I had to, and boy, it was real windy yesterday. So I had to move everything back outside and then unload it. But I've got these huge speakers that I had back in the day,
yeah.
and I'm talking about they're above your waist.
Still hanging
big.
on to those.
Well, I don't know what to do with them. And I sent a picture to the family, and I said, Mom wants me to get rid of these. Do I get rid? And it was unanimous from the boys' dad. Don't you dare get rid of those. I mean, they're big. They're big, heavy speakers.
So I love
A lot of
these.
noise. The Cove would be awake all night if we played those.
Well, next time you have a block party, why don't you get out and provide the music?
Yeah.
There you go.
Fit the Cove.
But hey,
DJ Cove.
Hey, it brings the bass too.
Oh, I bet.
Back at the other house, they could work out, put those on, and not disturb anybody. Now everybody would
they'd
hear
have
it
a
on the
meeting
Cove.
on
Yeah.
y'all and your speaker.
I always
be.
thought I would
But
love
it feels
these.
I feel so clean, and I feel so just it's over that part. Now the other part,
you're gonna start
every time that
getting
garage door opens, I'm going to be remembered.
and you're going to
reminded
accumulate
that,
more stuff over the years.
Yeah,
I wish I had
it's
someone
just got to
put
get
this.
above.
But
there
that's
it is.
convenient too for you to pick, as day goes by. Just work something in the garbage can every week, and you'll look up 6 months and everything will be gone.
Hey, we have a lot of pictures.
Oh, yeah.
I asked Terry, are we going to ever put any of these up? It's not on her, but we have a lot of pictures.
Yeah.
I mean, what are we
Same
doing with
boat.
these?
Pictures of a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
I love the climate control storage unit places. I feel like as a kid that would be a fun place to like do hide and go seek, play tag.
That would be.
Have a few doors open. I know that's not what the place is for, but I think as a kid that would be cool.
It would.
You know what it brought
They have
me
those
back?
dollies you can roll, and
Every time I go in
Jump
there, I
on
feel like I'm
those.
in a movie because in a movie, somebody's going to the storage unit to get a bunch of stuff. A lot of times it's guns or cash or something in a safe they have in there.
Yeah.
I think about that. You know what else I think about? Now, they've got cameras all over this place.
Yeah, they
all
do.
right. So I'm sure that they're monitoring it. I always think, I wonder if somebody is living in here and I don't know it. Like they've got a little apartment and this is where they're hanging out.
Possible.
It's happened before, I'm sure.
Yeah.
There's a lot worse places.
Never thought my wife
I'm
would
sure.
be listening.
I'm sure that there are
In trouble.
there are people that instead, when they get in trouble with their spouse, especially the men of the family, have storage units where that's where they'll go instead of sleeping on the couch. I bet.
Got a little man.
I know
cave.
people that run businesses out of them. They keep all their stock and stuff in there, and they'll go back and forth and whatever their business is. You know.
You talking about overflow stock?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, I'm gonna keep it down there. And
So it's their storage room.
Yeah.
Yeah, at the office, but it's just at the climate control. Yeah. So there's your update, and I've been whining a little bit about that. I knew it was on me, and at one point I said, you know what, Speedy, it's on you. It's not on anybody else. So get it done, and so we got it done. And now loading some things by yourself is a little tough because all the kids were doing, they weren't home and working and at school and all this kind of stuff. So it was just me. But they've got these flat dolly systems to where if you can just get it on there and get it to the truck, then you can maybe get a leg up or something onto the truck and then push it up. Yeah. But it's done. I got it. And I was a little reckless, I think, on some of my, loading of the truck. And I thought of you, Greg, when you had that couch fall out. I'm like, don't pull a Greg.
Attention.
Don't pull it. I normally strap everything down. There was a couple of times I was like, I'm not strapping it down. I'm just going across.
I tell you what, you were reckless with my rocker.
Well, I didn't really think you wanted the rocker.
I did.
Really?
I really did.
So if I would have brought that in here,
I'd have took it home.
Now,
He'd have been about as excited about that as he was that telescope he kept for 2 weeks.
Well, you were right.
It's longer than 2
I
weeks.
do need to ask the staff something. I know Adler and Bubba were fighting over this. And Adler wanted it at one time. He might say, I kind of want it, just give me a second. But it's a full stuffed coyote. I'm talking about it's the full. I mean, it looks just here. I am a coyote, so, and I'm actually standing here, and I'm looks like I'm kind of running a little bit, and I look sharp.
So you wanted a full stuffed coyote?
At one point in his life,
I guess so.
What does that cost?
Dibs.
What's that?
Do you
$300-400
want that for
bucks?
sure?
Yeah. What's a full body?
I bet it's $300 or $400
Okay.
bucks.
All right.
I just don't know if I'd ever.
Oh, it's on up there. Yeah, it's
500
upwards
maybe.
of 4.
Yeah.
So you got a stuffed dog, basically.
Pretty much. How much fun do you think I had when I brought it back from storage, putting it on the ground and seeing how my dogs would react? Oh, they went nuts.
You could have fun with that.
They're just
Put it up here in the studio.
I'm bringing.
So
if
why
you
do
don't
you-
mind,
listen,
Adler,
you've
I'm
got
going
a
to bring it
ton.
up here and put it like in my office until you're ready for
What
it.
about your
got a-
bobcat?
Yeah, let's put it up here where we used to put Big Boy. Let's just put it there.
There you go.
You've got a ton of trophies. Why do you not have a trophy room?
Huh? Oh, I don't know. I just half the trophies have been thrown away. Is that bad? Am I a bad dad?
No, I'm talking about trophy like deer.
Oh.
I'm not talking about your kids' trophies.
Oh, yeah. Because all that's I had 7. Okay, and I told the kids this too, and that's why I can't believe Bubba, that deer at your place was unbelievable.
We've thrown trophies away.
And
too,
I am so proud of that deer, but I've got more deer heads than I know what to do.
I know, that's what I'm saying. You need a room.
There were 7 more in the storage. I mean,
I'd like to see Terry give you a room in the house so you can make a trophy room.
wow.
I know she's listening. That's the only reason I said it.
Right. She's already texted me. She's up.
I bet that happens.
Yeah, honey, these pictures aren't on you. I know. I mean, we'll get that taken care of.
I want the pictures taken care of, and I want Speedy to have a trophy room.
My trophy room's going to be the garage, I think.
Rick and Bubba.
It is 7 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number's 866-BB-BIG. Welcome in. How's everybody doing? Everybody, come on. Bubs, how you doing? Hey. This portion of the show is brought to you by... What? What, Bubba? Why does he keep asking? What? Oh, okay. All right, this portion of the show is brought to you by CandidCo.com/Bubba. Are you unhappy with your smile? Greg, I know you are. You talk a lot about how your smile, you're not real happy. You're not comfortable with it. You're not confident. Well, you don't have to. You don't have to be unhappy with your smile any longer or accept it. Thousands of people use CandidCo.com/Bubba, the clear, comfortable, removable, and practically invisible aligners that help straighten your teeth. So check them out right now at CandidCo.com/Bubba. And you work with an orthodontist, okay? And it's not going to be like it's just some, well, I don't know who I'm talking to or who I'm with. No, I mean, you're with a professional, and the orthodontist creates your plan. And you start and finish with that orthodontist. The average treatment is just about 6 months, but you'll start seeing results right away. So be your best. Start straightening your teeth today. And right now, you can save $75 on the starter kit. $75 on the starter's kit. So check that out right now. It's a straightening kit that'll help get those teeth back to the way you like them. $75 for that starter's kit.
Tooth movement.
CandidCo.com/Bubba. CandidCo.com/Bubba with promo code Bubba. That's CandidCo.com/Bubba. Candid Co. Candid and then CO. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Speedy, I got bad news for you. I hope this doesn't happen to you.
Talk to me.
You're a flag guy, even though you don't follow the rules.
I'm a what?
A flag guy with the American flag on the house.
Yes.
Like I say, you don't follow all the rules, but you
try.
try.
No, I do.
You try.
I do.
North Dakota, man, he's receiving threatening letters from his condo association over complaints that his American flag is making too much noise.
It's flapping.
When the wind blows. Yes, they're going to fine him $200 a day.
Flap, flap.
Because they do not like the way they claim that he says a woman that's the manager of the condos has got something against him personally, and she's just doing this.
Yeah.
But they've threatened, they said it's disturbing people on windy days, that the flag is flapping too loud.
Well, it must be a really loud flap.
And they said if they're going to start fining him $200 a day, and he said they're just anti-American flag. Is where he's going. He said that it's a personal thing that she doesn't like it.
Really?
Yep. He said he has no plans to take it down, though. Tell you that much. He said it's going to stay up, and if I need to, I'll take it to court.
I don't know how you correct that. I mean, because you can't. I mean, on a windy day, I guess you take the flag down, maybe.
Flag's
but
gonna
I mean,
make
it's not
noise.
like
Is it that loud?
It's not like you're doing something that.
Well, these
your
houses
flag
must be
loud?
close together.
No, it's not
I
loud.
bet yesterday it was.
We probably don't
No,
get
it's
the
not
wind.
up
We
right
don't
now.
get the wind that North Dakota gets, but still,
Yeah.
I don't know how you solve this issue. Any flag that's blowing makes noise.
Yeah.
If it's waving in the wind, there's some noise to it. There's some pop to it.
It can't
agree.
be enough to matter.
No.
Maybe
This is
it's right.
somebody-
Maybe it's a personal thing.
Somebody hates America.
Some
Y'all know how it
commie.
is. Yeah.
Well, that's where he's landed.
That's where I'd land.
But I don't know what he's
I hope they don't in the Cove. They don't have a meeting.
I guess
Speedy's flag's a little loud.
right. I guess where they're going to have trouble with this loud flag is what is he violating?
I know.
So I mean,
Yeah, show me the law that's against flapping flags.
yeah. Where is that? Where is
gotta be
that in the
careful when you
Where's
say
that in the
that.
breakdown?
Yeah.
Right. Now, I mean, let's all use common sense and try to work together, but that doesn't seem like that's happening here.
And in the past, has anyone ever been, ruled against? You must take it down because it flaps.
That is tough.
Well, the Cove be meeting on you. You
Yeah,
better
I
host the
know.
next block
The
party.
Cove
Get some people
loves-
on your side.
The Cove loves America. We have flags out.
It's actually required.
It is. Y'all know what day it is?
Today,
Friday.
Friday.
It is
All day
Friday
long.
the 13th.
Right.
It's not.
Oh,
okay.
Hey, you looked.
I did.
Seriously?
Stupidly.
What in the world?
I don't know.
That's
He
pretty
got me
convincing.
again.
I was just guessing
Yeah,
about
for some
days.
reason, he looked up when he talked, too. I have no
Yeah,
idea
yeah.
why. Today is National Let's Laugh Day.
National. Well, let's laugh,
We've
guys.
jumped in on that.
Give
early.
me your
I laughed
best.
before you read that thing.
Yeah.
I laughed.
I mean,
Your prediction you threw out there. What'd you say?
I don't know. Give me your best fake laugh and see if anybody can pick up on it. That was really a fake laugh.
Yeah,
Really?
Yeah.
completely fake.
Completely.
That's good. I
fake.
mean, I'm
We
talking
doubled
about
up.
red face and everything.
Yeah, hurt myself.
I just
I'm seeing
realized that y'all don't
stars.
laugh at anything. It's all fake.
That's right.
Was that real?
No.
That was fake too.
Yes.
Here's
I can fake
now
laugh.
try to do one that actually sounds fake. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha.
Well, when I had that procedure. Do you remember when I had that procedure and I couldn't smile? I was like,
Guys,
Yes.
there was a
Dennis
guy
D.
that
Young. Remember that?
the guy I used to work with actually laughed like that. It sounded like a goof. That's a scary laugh.
world?
That's like you're going to kill people.
Yeah.
Hey, not pretty.
the world. Now, how would the guy laugh?
Sound like a goose.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
6 minutes now past the hour. Hello and welcome to another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. We start this hour with our national anthem. Six We Be Big is our number. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsley, and Eddie Van Adler, the team's all here today. And we are ready to go. And I can't wait to talk to you. Another Rick and Bubba University podcast available coming up this weekend. And you can grab it when you rise for tomorrow. Let's bring him in here, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as the Silver-Tongued One, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master out of King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, those still cleaning up from tornado debris.
Yep.
Welcome in to Rick and Bubba. To this day, still may be the best concert I ever saw.
Yeah, I've heard about it. It was a biggie, wasn't it, huh?
Dropping that bomb.
I mean, for 45 minutes.
They dropped it and dropped it again.
There wasn't anything left. It was scorched earth.
If you got a bomb, just drop it. You know?
Let her go.
So
let her go.
So we do have things to discuss today. Bubba and I had lunch yesterday, and we actually did we looked at our different vehicles that we got from Hendrick to see which one was the hardest to climb up into. And that was a weird gathering.
So what'd you think?
Did you have a little contest?
Well, the problem is that Bubba's Jeep does not have a step at all.
Uh-oh.
I mean, the step on the truck is
it's
not
a workout, Bub.
It's not very far down, but at least there's a place to put your foot that's not the floorboard.
It helps a little.
Yeah.
How funny was it watching me get in it?
Oh,
I've got it down to an Arto now.
I'm actually shocked that there hasn't been some situation you found yourself in that you were stranded.
Yeah.
And I just had to call and
Greg,
say I can't get in.
Let me tell you, when you get out of it, it's a long way to the ground.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Listen, I stepped off the step and fell.
yeah.
I was like, we need one more step.
You're right. It was.
You should have seen those
Need a
big,
chain
big
ladder.
large trying to get in there.
How would you get that leg up there?
It was. I couldn't. It's almost like I couldn't believe what I saw. You know,
One of those.
because when he first starts out, you think, well, he can't get in. I mean, there's no
So
way.
it's not going to happen.
Yeah,
Somebody's got to be pushing.
Right. There's no way.
Look, I love the Jeep. It's
Oh, yeah, it's
a
great.
dandy, but
Yeah.
it's up there.
It is.
It's up there.
Well, and there's no step. That's the thing. I mean, when you told me the first day on the show that the first thing your foot hits is the floorboard, that's when I knew. Okay,
You have to lean back
Yeah.
like that and hold on.
Yeah, right,
You're
right,
run
yeah.
and start.
Yeah, it's they're
And just don't lose your grip.
lift kit.
Yeah, hey, if your hand slips, you're a goner.
Right.
You're in trouble.
Lift
you
kit's
may
got
have to call
a
911.
step. You know, it's not down, but it's still a step, not the floorboard.
Sidebar.
Something,
Yeah.
Yeah, the sidebar helps a little bit. Now, it's not that thing that drops down and gives you a real step up, but it's still, it's not the floorboard.
And the sidebar is really close. You know, it's one of those nice ones. But
So-
sometimes you can miss it. You know what I
Speedy,
mean?
this was what I want you to imagine.
Uh-huh.
I have to start with one foot in the floorboard, and it is as high as my belt. So that's how I have to start.
Wow.
And he just
And I
grabs
have
the
to get-
steering wheel and
just-
pulls
You
himself
got to
in.
get mentally prepared for that.
Yeah.
Well, you don't want to make a lot of stops. Let me put it that way.
Once you get in there, you won't stay.
Yeah,
in there.
you don't want to do in and out,
I got a bunch of
like
things.
unlocking gates.
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
yes.
no.
See, I got that little thing right there. He didn't have one of those. There's
Yours
no
doesn't help.
Yeah. You
Yours
need,
doesn't
you
help
need,
that
you need
much.
some.
Well,
It's
I
kind
know-
of funny though because it really, I don't stretch as much as I need to, but this has really helped me to stretch.
I bet
That's
it's
true.
I bet.
You got that hamstring.
Matter of fact,
real
my right leg drags behind me now, so I have to really
Stretched it
pick
out.
it up.
We're gonna have to work on that. We gotta get you
Somebody
something.
said the
I'm
military.
so
is
used to it now. I'm good.
Somebody said the military is going to start putting it on the obstacle course.
I want you to try to get in it today.
I heard they were going to put it in the Barbarian. Rick, the Barbarian Challenge was adding it to it.
You said no, there's no side rail. I mean,
No,
you have to step right up into the Jeep.
And look, I love that ground clearance.
Oh yeah,
It's matter of fact, it's about belt high.
no, it's good. Yeah. It's a fantastic vehicle.
Oh, I'm gonna tell you, I love it.
Yeah.
Jeeps are just fun anyway. And that Gladiator,
Oh yeah.
put stuff in the back.
Do you think old lift kit didn't draw a crowd?
Look, I enjoy being a Hendrick driver. I really do.
Yes, sir.
Oh yes, yes.
Mine's the perfect height.
Joel, you the man.
The Chevy Silverado is just step. Perfect.
Well, you know,
Jealous of it. I
Is
say.
yours the white one?
Yep.
Yeah, that's a pretty vehicle.
Yeah,
It is. It really is.
well,
It's the right perfect height.
well, I had the one. Of course,
Drives
now,
like a
now
dream.
it'll hit you in the shin if you're not ready. But I had the one that had those automatic deals that came out,
Come
the
out,
right, and then
yeah.
you
Yeah,
just step
I've had
in
that
it.
too.
yeah.
That's
Yeah.
pretty
Yeah.
So
good.
you're right. You got to remember.
You're talking about
Yeah.
sharpness.
Yeah, yeah. You how you run.
But if you
into
get a
them.
lot of mud in them, I wonder how long they hold up.
I don't know. I don't know.
You
This
hear
is,
it grinded in there a little bit.
but I think this is good for us. I think it keeps us young.
It does. It does. A lot of workouts. Keep you
For
young.
some reason, I'm getting to the point where I think the getting out is harder than the getting in.
Well, I just have to be sure I don't fall.
Right.
You
yeah,
know, I know it's a
right.
long way down, so if I just brace for impact,
Yeah.
the only problem is when you because you're sliding out basically, is if it's wet. Because your pants are gonna be wet.
Well, the problem I've seen with Sherry,
But I don't mind that.
I saw it with Hounds.
My
and I
pants stay wet anyway.
Yeah, and I saw it with Greg when they get out, they forget
Yes.
that you're up there,
Yes.
and that's where they get in the truck.
Yeah.
That's where they get in the bike.
Forget you.
You're right.
forget.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then
Get
you
caught up in
you
it.
just step out like you're stepping out of any vehicle, and you can't.
You
do
can't
that.
do
Can't
that.
do it.
No.
I made that mistake.
Yeah.
Jam my leg.
So look, we got clearance.
We got clearance. The rest we do. We got clearance. How about you? What log?
Hey, be careful. Nah, I'm good.
I'm
Get
good.
on.
What are you gonna do? I'm going over it.
We got stories to cover today. Your phone calls are part of it. We'll update you and let you know what's going on. When the Rick and Bubba show continues, right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. All right, so we'll unpack the stories of the day. And I was, Hams, you still settling in over the house? Everything good?
Everything's good. Everything's good. Got a little bit of a speech last night, but outside of that, I think we're somewhat back to normal.
Did you pass along my request?
I did not, Rick. And I didn't give you enough on that when it came in through text message.
I figured you were busy. Anyway,
I was.
And I threw it out at an odd time.
You did.
Yeah.
You did.
Well, I think Amanda did a great job with this, and she ought to look at maybe doing some more.
Yeah.
Okay. See, this is where, and she told me last night, she goes, I'm not mad that you played the video. I'm mad that y'all were making fun of me.
Who's making fun of her?
And I said, babe,
her?
the only person they're making fun of is me.
Right.
Like, that's just, hey. And then, of course, I did this. I've had this for 13 years. They've been making fun of me for 13 years.
Right, yeah. Come on.
Like, it's okay. It's fine. They were making fun of me, baby. You did a phenomenal job and probably saved lives because of it. Hey,
Yeah,
did
she
anybody
did.
die in Alabama the other night?
No.
You know what? I want to say thanks, Amanda.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'd like
and
to,
James Spann.
and I'd like to see her to cut a new video on fire safety, stop, drop, and roll with Amanda.
And look, I think she really has a future in a series of these. Look, I appreciate her being prepared because I'm that way. I have to, I have to prepare. It's just something that's built in me. I got to do so. Maybe she could do the fire safety, and then what about click it or ticket?
There you go.
Oh,
That wouldn't be
that's
bad
a
at
good
all.
one.
Great clicker.
Well, the reason why I thought she should update the stop, drop, and roll is it's dated. I mean, young people,
it is dated.
young
Yeah.
people don't know who Dick Van Dyke is.
know.
Yeah.
They don't have any idea.
Wonder why he took that gig.
I don't know.
But that's who taught us.
Maybe
all.
he had somebody in his life that maybe he got in
Maybe.
a bind and he was trying to make a difference.
You're right.
I don't know.
It was a game changer because I never really thought about the air was down
stuck
there where
with
your
me.
shoes are.
Yeah, do you remember Dick Van Dyke
Yeah.
crawling
Oh,
around?
Hey,
yeah.
look, the air up there is bad. Down here, he would talk
Yeah.
about the air
Oh,
up
yeah.
there.
Stop, drop, and roll.
Stop, drop, and roll.
Dick Van
Yeah.
Dyke was a funny guy, wasn't
Yeah, and you're also supposed to roll if you catch on fire.
Yeah.
he? Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are.
Which is, you want to run.
Look, there he is.
Put
right
yourself
there.
out.
He's doing it.
Look, there he is. Look at Dick Van Dyke. He's telling us what to do.
Stop, drop,
See,
and roll.
Greg, I can tell you that by that face, he had some personal
Yeah.
incident.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, Rick,
That-
you're
that-
right.
yeah.
Somebody in his
Because Rick, he
family,
didn't need that gig.
somebody in his family had suffered a tragedy or something.
Y'all,
Yeah,
Dick
right.
Van Dyke is really rolling.
Hey, look, he's really, really rolling. I forgot how much he rolled.
Yeah.
Do you think we could tie in distracted driving with click it or ticket and make it all under
Yeah.
one?
We could.
I'll run these ideas by her at some point over the weekend.
Right.
What
I'll
about
probably let today go by without
It's
any
not-
talk
it's
of
not
it.
one
Probably
of
don't
the-
want that for the weekend.
Right.
Helms, it's not one of the first ones. I mean, we got other ones I think are more important, like
Yeah.
Rick had mentioned, and click it or ticket. But, I think there's a whole series there. I mean, I see her even working her way down to deadly radon gas in your basement.
Oh, wow, Bubba.
Yeah.
You know?
How about carbon monoxide?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
100%.
Absolutely. You got that? There's all kinds of stuff around the car.
I'll tell you, she won James.
Really hope she's not listening.
She won James Spann over.
She did. No question.
she might get a
did.
gas shot with James.
Yeah.
Watching James Spann on the weather coverage the other night was just. I was letting a little distance get between it. Be sure there wasn't any real bad stuff. But his watching, because just knowing,
I know.
how things are going with him, and him with the rain wrap. It's like he got to go in on the rain wrap thing that they're all rain wrap.
Oh, yeah.
And he like he was already out ahead of people texting him saying I can't see it, and him letting you know it's
And I know
it's not like Oklahoma.
right. And
Can I
know,
tell you another funny one about this? John Brown, who is one of his main storm chasers.
I know. I'll be John Brown.
And y'all have met John. He's been here in the studio a couple of times. And he's just a big old burly man of a man kind of guy. He's one of those guys you think a tornado wouldn't even dare touch him. You know what I mean?
Right, yeah.
And he's a welder, and he fabricates stuff and works in a family business. He does this on the side. And some of the things that, came out that were said on the air about, when we had spotter convergence, and James said, they're close enough they could kiss, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
How do you think that is going back to the welding shop after that's been said about you?
Now let me tell you something.
Hey, Amanda came out way good on this.
Yeah, you
Oh,
could,
no doubt.
You could,
Yeah,
you could be
no doubt.
a storm spotter John Brown
Yeah.
and have to return to your life after James Spann says you're about to kiss John Oshie.
Wow.
So it could have been worse.
I know John well enough to see the look on his face when he heard that coming through the radio because he was out, chasing a storm. He basically was in about 100 yards of an actual twister that went over the highway. And he had 70-mile-an-hour winds flowing into it, so it was scary enough. And you hear that coming through the rain. I could just see that look on his big old bearded face, like, "Oh, hey, thanks."
Yeah, and it was a lot going on there.
That's good though. Yeah. That's good stuff. See, that's why I watch coverage.
Yeah, I felt like too that the whoever was working there with him at the studio, I felt like she got tired.
Well, hey, it's
a long
draining.
day. It's a long day.
It's draining.
Well, James told us that he's exhausted before he even starts the day.
Yeah.
That particular day, leading up to it, is what just exhausts you. Mm-hmm. And to your point, Rick, and I know it's a dangerous situation, and that's what we're watching. But because I am a detailed guy and I like to look under the hood at things, I'm picking things out like that too.
Yeah.
And she did wear down. Yeah. I enjoyed her coverage. I thought she did a good job. Now, there was a couple times I wish you'd have got those cameras a little quicker for James. Mm-hmm. But she had a bunch going on. Right. I couldn't do it.
Right.
And so thought she did a good job, but I did. I know what you're talking about. It seemed like she wore down towards the end of the evening.
Knowledgeable.
You know my favorite,
but not a great communicator at times.
And Rick, I have
you're on the air.
Very knowledgeable though.
No, I think she does a good job.
We're hoping she's coachable.
Yeah, but
by
nobody
the way
hears your butt.
Yeah, right.
They just hear
but what
that.
I'm saying is you have to be able to. James is so many years.
He is.
You have to be able to take the knowledge and then communicate. Clearly what's going on.
I think James showed an unbelievably high level of patience. Mm-hmm. With everything going on. Mm-hmm. And I'll say this because I'm one of these guys that will jump just like I do networks for political deals. I jump to see what everybody's doing, and I think James and the crew are head and shoulders above everybody else. I just do. Yeah.
Rick, I want to tell you, too, because I worked in TV, and I used to switch TV in a former life.
Watch it now.
And I know how crazy it gets in there during the weather stuff. And what I love is when James is trying to get a graphic up, and he's trying to get somebody, he'll say, "Hey, if anybody back there can get me," and he's telling the control room what he wants, and somebody may have missed it because of, they're bringing in stuff. Hey, we got so-and-so on line 6, and, you're trying to juggle all that, and you may miss what he says. Hey, I need the radar. I need 3 boxes up here, and I want to stay with 3. I love that is so funny to me. It's not funny to James, but it's funny to me watching. And and we can say that and have some fun with it because no one lost their life. Now, there was a lot of damage.
Yeah, there was.
And I feel for those people that are going to have to rebuild everything. But I saw yesterday they'd upgraded it to 24 different touchdowns.
Unreal.
Wow.
And a lot of that videos coming in now. Did y'all see some of that yesterday? That's wild stuff.
Yeah, well, I saw James on social media, and I don't know why he does this to himself, where he's out now after the people that said that the weather threat of a 5 was a bust.
Which I don't understand those people.
You know what? Hey, Rick, good.
Yeah.
Yes, I hope it's that way every time.
That's a victory, man. That is a national championship. Hold your trophy up, let the confetti fall. Thank you, Jesus above.
That's right. Yeah. But James reminded them, though, the people that don't have houses right now probably don't call it a bust.
Yeah. He was basically
there's
saying
a lot of them.
It's not a bust.
I don't know if you saw those. Right, if you were it's a small place that these things touch down, but boy, where they do. They do a lot of damage.
They do a lot of damage. They really do. I mean, look, I've been there when it's all happening live. My famous one in the past was to tell people to take coverage in a Raven.
Raven.
If you're in a bind, just go take cover in a Raven.
Yeah, it's got to be a mighty big bird.
Yep. I think that's a ravine, Rick.
They're spelled very close.
It's close spelling.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. 27 years and still here. Relief Factor. Relief Factor has been a sponsor for quite a while, and we're glad to have them. I got a new convert to Relief Factor. Yep. Jim, I got something going.
Richard?
I knew you were going to say it. By the way, he came over to me yesterday and basically said, any way to get this stopped? And I was like, I don't know, buddy. We get locked into stuff. That's just going to have to, we're going to have to get tired of it.
He is everybody will be a Richard if they do that.
Right? It's like being an award. A Relief Factor, how about this? If you go to Relief Factor right now, how about Relief Factor? ReliefFactor.com. Go there and get your 3-week trial for $19.95, and you get 3 weeks. And the reason why we do the 3 weeks is inside 3 weeks, whether it's going to work for you or not. And we love getting the emails from all over the country for those of you that are loving it. Now that when I'm finding out that more and more people are finding out about it and loving it. And it may be exactly what you're looking for. I mean, this helps your body's natural inflammatory response with 4 botanicals. It's got resveratrol, curcumin, icariin, and then you get an omega-3 as well. So ReliefFactor.com. Get that quick start pack, and let's find out if it can work for you. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. And let us know. Send us the emails. All right, so we have I guess, what would this be? Would this be, I can't decide whether this is a COVID update or a political update. Which one is it?
Well, a little of both, Rick.
A little bit of both. Because COVID is political, Rick.
Yeah, unfortunately. A little dust up with Fauci. Little dust up. I've got too much time on my hands. Such a calamity. I've got time on my hands.
And it's drifting away.
Somebody say it.
Me.
All right, so Rand Paul, who is, he's more of a libertarian.
Oh yeah, and he's a little spitfire.
And let me tell you something.
He got in a brawl with his neighbor. Remember?
He is anti the taking of freedom. Anti, and more of us should be more anti, because undoubtedly we don't care anymore. We'll give up our freedoms at the drop of a hat.
And the one thing dealing with Fauci, you don't have to worry about him hitting you with a rock.
There it goes. If you run away from him, don't even tense your shoulders up. No. It ain't gonna hit you.
No.
Good. Really good. Fauci. All right, so Rand Paul is basically calling Fauci a drama queen.
He is.
That he's out there trying to be dramatic. When he some reason it flew all over Rand Paul that Fauci has the vaccine and he keeps wearing double masks.
Yeah.
And he said the American people want to know when is enough. So here's the back and forth with Rand Paul and Fauci.
You're telling everybody to wear a mask, whether they've had an infection or a vaccine. What I'm saying is they have immunity, and everybody agrees they have immunity. What studies do you have that people that have had the vaccine or have had the infection are spreading the infection? If we're not spreading the infection, isn't it just theater?
No, it's
you had
not.
The vaccine and you're wearing 2 masks. Isn't that theater?
No, that's not. Here we go again with the theater. Let's get down to the facts. Okay, the studies that you quote from Crotty and Sete look at in vitro examination of memory immunity, which in their paper they specifically say this does not necessarily pertain to the actual protection. It's in vitro.
And what study can you point to that shows significant reinfection? There are no studies that show
Just let me finish the response to your question, if you please. The other thing is that when you talk about reinfection and you don't keep in the concept of variants, that's an entirely different ballgame. That's a good reason for a mask. In the South African study conducted by J&J, they found that people who were infected with wild type and were exposed to the variant in South Africa, the 351, it was as if they had never been infected before. They had no protection. So when you talk about reinfection, you've got to make sure you're talking about wild type. I agree with you that you very likely would have protection from wild type for at least 6 months if you're infected. But we in our country now have variants that are circulating.
Significant reinfection. What study shows significant reinfection, hospitalization, and death after either natural infection or the vaccine? It doesn't exist. There is no evidence that there are significant reinfections after vaccine. In fact, I don't think we have a hospitalization in the United States after the 2-week period after the second vaccination.
So,
and what he's talking about when he says wild type, he means China virus.
Right.
That's what he's talking about.
He just wouldn't say. And by the way, this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, we talked to Jim Hawkins, Colonel, U.S. Army retired, and he was hired to well, actually, he was donated by who he was working for to come in and kind of unify all the different agencies on the battle against the pandemic. And he had some pretty interesting things to say, especially about the origination of the virus.
Yeah, it was. I thought it was a very good podcast, very informative. He was in charge of the Unified Command for our state for the first 90 days, and was put on loan from a very important company in Huntsville, Alabama, to head that up. And he had some great comments. I mean, I really enjoyed listening to him talk about how this. Can you imagine when this first started, trying to get the response with government agencies and get them to work together? As a matter of fact, he said on the podcast at one point they almost went to blows, and somebody had to be escorted out by the police. So you'll have to tune in to get all that.
Yep.
And he also shared, I thought, some very insightful thoughts, like you said, about where it came from. Because if we're really going to learn from this, and we're really going to be prepared next time, we got to know where it came from. And we got to know why it came and how it came. Without that, we didn't learn a thing.
We asked him about what it was like when we were trying to figure it all out. Then we talked about, all the different things they tried to do and have done. And then the last part of the podcast, we're like, well, let's look to the future. Are we ready for the next one?
Yeah.
And
it's very insightful.
Yeah.
He was a great guest.
If I could, this is audio only coming from me. This is a little bit more. This is when from me. This is when Rand Paul really goes after Fauci on his grandstanding a little bit. It should be coming from me. Is it not? Oh gosh, almighty! I'm sorry, guys. I'm just sitting here, queued it up and everything.
I know. If you don't put that plug in, we can't hear it.
No, you can't. You're right. Good night.
See, if you'd have just gone on to the ball game, this wouldn't happen.
Our country, 0.
Well, because we don't have a prevalent of a variant yet. We're having one. Can I finish? We're having 117 that's becoming more dominant.
Policy based on conjecture.
No,
it
isn't based on conjecture.
Variants, so you want people to wear a mask for another couple years.
No,
you've been vaccinated and you parade around in 2 masks for show.
No,
you can't get it again. There's virtually 0% chance you're going to get it, and yet you're telling people that have had the vaccine, who have immunity. You're defying everything we know about immunity by telling people to wear a mask who've been vaccinated. No. Instead, you should be saying there is no science to say we're going to have a problem from the large number of people being vaccinated. You want to get rid of vaccine hesitancy? Tell them they can quit wearing their mask after they get the vaccine. Okay. You want people to get the vaccine? Give them a reward instead of telling them that the nanny state's going to be there for 3 more years and you got to wear a mask forever. People don't want to hear it. There's no science behind it.
Well, let me just state for the record that masks are not theater. Masks are protective. And we
have immunity there, theater. If you already have immunity, you're wearing a mask to give comfort to others. You're not wearing a mask because of any science.
No, though chairman wanted to cut all that off, didn't you?
Well, the thing that Rand Paul said, and I heard you agreeing too, Bubba, is it's almost like Fauci doesn't understand marketing. If you want people to do something they don't want to do, you have to convince them that their life is going to be given back to them if they'll just do this.
Yeah, there's a psychology to this. There's a psychology to herd immunity. There's a psychology to getting people vaccinated. And Fauci may be a brilliant guy on viruses, okay? But he doesn't understand marketing. He doesn't understand economics. That's obvious. It all plays in. There's not one skill that's going to solve this problem. You got to have a kind of like our podcast, a unified command. You got to have the economics working. You got to have the science working. You got to have the psychology working, and then we can come together with almost like a 9/11 type response when it doesn't matter if you're Republican, Democrat.
Right.
It doesn't matter if you're a blue or red state. It doesn't matter if you're liberal or conservative. We're all in this together. But Fauci doesn't understand that.
No, look.
As brilliant as he is, and I'll give him that, he's got, awards all over the wall. He's a brilliant man, but he doesn't understand basic psychology and marketing.
How many times have we tried to tell, let's face it, if you're a husband and you really, really hate a certain chore, but your wife keeps saying, I tell you what, I look out there and I see that yard looking good. I'm probably going to be enthusiastic about the rest of the day.
Yep. You know what I do? I get on that lawnmower.
Yeah.
I go to cut.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up shortly at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Finishing up our COVID-19 update, watching the dust-up between Fauci and Rand Paul. The Biden administration on Friday is expected to mark 100 million coronavirus shots administered in the country. That's weeks ahead of Biden's goal of achieving the milestone within 100 days of his term. And he says next week he'll announce the next goal to put shots in arms. What? That's what he said. And he directed the states to make doses available to all adults no later than May 1st. And it says that some states may have trouble meeting that.
Did you see, speaking of COVID, have you seen the latest super spreader event going on in Texas?
I have not.
The Trump administration was taken to court when they had 400 kids that they were holding that had come over the border illegally. Do you know we have 14,000 being held right now?
Wow.
14,000.
You know why?
And, Rick, they are the line coming toward the border is growing every day.
Do you know why there's 14,000? Because we had a change in administrations, and the one that just took over said we don't like the wall, and so now we have gaps, and they're just pouring in.
He said, "Come one, come all," is what he said. Y'all come on.
He basically did, and they are emptying Central America right now, just streaming like 100,000 a month now coming over.
House passes legislation to legalize millions of undocumented immigrants. The vote to legalize the Dreamers was 228 to 197. 9 Republicans joined all the Democrats in supporting that, so that has passed the House.
No, that's a different group.
Different group.
Yeah, from the Obama years.
Ties in,
right, yeah.
But this was the ones that are already here, you might as well go ahead and legalize them.
Well, the good news, our population in our country is going to go from, 350 million to 400 pretty quick.
Yep.
On the route we're on.
So, yeah, but the problem you've got with the 14,000 that are in line and are arriving daily, are we upset about that?
Well, the 14,000 is just kids, Rick. These are the kids in cages, remember?
Yeah, they said teens
that the Obama
and
administration built, not Trump.
Yeah.
And, they've put a complete blackout on the media. They cannot visit that and take any pictures.
That's the
now,
way.
if Trump had done that, what would people be saying?
Oh, fascist, this is what we're talking about, tyrannical king. Won't even let the media do their job.
And the press secretary slipped up.
I would be saying that, too.
Yeah.
The press secretary slipped up yesterday and called it a crisis instead of a challenge.
Right.
Oh.
And all the media people, hey, did you just call that? No, it's a challenge.
I mean challenge.
She tried to
crisis challenge.
She had that look on her face like, oh, my gosh, I've been telling myself not to say crisis. I've just been practicing not saying it, and I just blurted it out.
Yeah, she couldn't circle back around on that one.
Hey, circle back on that.
Adler actually has that piece of audio where she actually called it a crisis.
Adler.
This is Saki.
When you were talking a moment ago about diplomatic negotiations between the United States and Mexico, you said crisis on the border. Was that a
challenges on the border?
Watch it, Red.
Look at face.
Look out, Raggedy Ann. They got you on tape. They got you.
Challenge.
Hey, circle back to us on that.
I said the wrong word, challenge.
Oh, boy.
Crisis challenge.
I'm going to be in trouble.
So
that just shows what a ridiculous state things are in.
Challenge.
We can't say we can't say crisis.
What's it
because
matter?
because with liberals a word means everything.
Oh boy,
one word.
The word.
The way
no matter the
word,
intent of it.
No
matter.
No.
Doesn't matter.
So we also
it is symbolism over substance.
Absolutely.
Once again,
S over S.
Do we as a country,
it's SOS.
No matter who's in power, what administration, what political party, do we as a country have a need to take children and teenagers and put them in some kind of holding facility to vet them out? Yes or no? Apparently, yes.
Well, you know why? The thing is, if you get them here. Under the law,
I got you. Yeah,
the parents get to come.
I'm back to
so they give their kids to coyotes to get over the border, and when they get there, they give their parents' name, and then they get in.
Yeah, I'm back to the.
It's one of the more bizarre concepts if you really care about kids because you're turning them over to coyotes.
Yeah. Well, Obama undoubtedly thought it was needed for the reasons you just said. Trump also thought it was needed, and then he was vilified for it, and we're back needing it again. So this problem must exist, and there must be a need for a holding facility because of what they're trying to do, Bubba, that you just laid out. So that means that no matter who the president is, apparently we're going to have children, if they keep trying this, that need to be held in facilities to be vetted out.
Listen, I'll give Obama props on this. He tried to stop the flow by saying that we're going to separate you from your kids when you get here. And we're going to put them in a separate. And he thought, well, no mom will actually go for that. And Trump actually enforced it.
Yep.
Okay. Him and Jeff Sessions, everybody lost their mind.
Right.
So now look what we got.
Yeah. So and I'm also want y'all to know that I'm having fun on the vaccine thing that's out there. I got a picture yesterday of everyone's favorite hypochondriac, JT.
Yeah, how's JT?
He was getting the shot. Yeah. And guys, you know how easy it is to get in his head. I said, wait a minute, didn't you have it in November?
Yeah, he's too soon.
And he said, yeah. And I said, well, you still got antibodies. You don't need to be doing that. He said, well, no, they told me to go ahead. I said, I don't know about that. I said, well, you'll be sick for a couple of days. Maybe it'll be all right. And he kept saying, what? I said,
you talked him right into being sick.
I said, they say that people who already have antibodies, some of them are taking the shot, they get sick for a day or two. And I said, I don't know that I'd put that on top of antibodies. I'm not sure about that. Well,
Rick, he may have OAS.
What's that?
Over antibody syndrome.
I know. Do it. And he kept
followed by SOS.
And he tried. You know what he does when I start this? He tries. Tries to leave it alone.
Right.
And then then there'll be a follow up text. Seriously, just who told you that? and I'll come back and I'll say, I'm telling you, that's straight up. Then he'll quote. You know, he tried to. You know what card?
He owns me. Good night. He owns me.
Did you know what card he tried to play on me?
So he just quit getting haircuts during the pandemic.
Yeah. You know what card he tried to play? Is he still doing the show from home?
They all are.
Rick, he may do it for the rest of his life.
They all are.
Why?
Everybody.
Yeah.
Well, I think we're the only ones in studio.
I think you're right.
Why would he be doing
I
the show
see
from
some
home?
of the TV guys, and they're at home.
I know.
Sports guys, I'm like, why are y'all still at home? What's up?
But with him,
we'll see him next week.
You know who he threw out? He claimed that Dr. Sag told him it was okay. He tried to go play because we had him on the podcast.
Oh, my God.
So he went and asked Dr. Sag himself about getting vaccinated.
That's what he claims.
Oh.
He's probably drove.
And
Dr.
I told him,
Sag
I bet Dr. Sag he regrets the day he ever gave JT his phone number.
Let me tell you what I did, which was fantastic. All I sent back was I said, so you don't have antibodies anymore? He said, no, I just got tested. I've got them. And I just sent back, And then I've left it. I won't respond to anything now.
All right, so when we see him next week, one of y'all bring up a story like y'all know somebody and they've done what you just talked
And
about.
they've got OAS.
Yeah, and just watch his face react.
That's made up, guys. OAS.
People are going to use that.
Before you start emailing.
Why are they not doing their shows at work? Why are they?
They're all doing that.
Why?
Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. We're all here. Thank you for being with us. Let's get to some phone calls coming up next next segment, I should say. At 866 We Be Big. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. Grab that again. It'll be available to you tomorrow wherever you get podcasts. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged, and thank all of you for spending a little time with us each and every morning.
Well, we're big. Celebrity news.
We got golden fingers, and we're loved everywhere.
Well, we have an ongoing catfight between Candace Owens and the nasty Cardi B. So, the Candace Owens has been very outspoken about the nastiness of Cardi B, and Cardi got mad about it, and you know how classy she can be. So she used her Twitter and her social media to try to go after family members of Candace Owens. Was it her husband?
Yeah, I think it was her husband.
It just says family member here. And she manipulated pictures and put out a false image and all of this. And now Cardi's Twitter has tried to delete the tweets. They have been removed. Screenshots of a fake tweet and false blog post about Owens and her family. She said, "Look, I deleted it. My platform is for fun and entertainment." Well, though, if they find out that you have slandered someone, though, it doesn't really matter whether you call it fun or not. Everybody doesn't just go, "Oh, okay, well, you can slander people on a Twitter feed that's just for fun and entertainment." It's whether they can prove that you have slandered them or not. And Candace Owens says everybody needs to know this is not some publicity stunt or us trying to scare her. We will follow through on this lawsuit. And she said everybody involved with this person, Cardi B, needs to know that this is not an idle threat, that we intend to accuse the rapper of slander of family members, and we will proceed and try to go after her with everything the law allows. So there we go. We'll see how that turns out. What happens is this is that everybody sees things from their own world. Mm-hmm. Candace Owens says that Cardi B does more damage for young black women as a horrifying example of how to live. Well, the Cardi B's, they think that this is the way that young black women should just think she's the greatest thing in the world, and that she thinks Candace Owens is the problem for the plight of black women. So they're both saying that the other is a terrible example of how to be, but now one has stepped further in the anger, according to the Owens camp, and slandered her family, and she says she will sue. Mm-hmm. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes.
I know from a marketing standpoint, I've told you, Rick, I think we really missed out on a great opportunity because years ago I was thinking about changing my name to Bubba the Stallion.
I know.
Oh, and,
I heard about that.
We let that go. BTS. Yeah. And, we may have really missed something there.
Yeah. That really might have had some traction by now.
Well, I was, what was it? Even Babylon B weighed in. I didn't see this Grammy performance, but Babylon B said 330 million Americans sue Cardi B for psychological damage. But this is that line that always comes out again. Okay, and I've heard this person talk before, and she doesn't seem like she was the sharpest tool in the shed. Speaking of Cardi B, she said the Grammys are PG. That means parental guidance. Do your job. And monitor what your children watch. I think the Grammys. I think you just made the point of the parents. If it's PG, what went on there?
I think you blew past that.
Would have gone past that. But that's that thing again. Remember, if it's something that they won't protect you, hey, you just got to do your job when it comes to nasty Cardi B. parents. But if it's something to do with a spiritual conviction of some kind or anything that involves that well, then that can't be done. We'll protect your family from that. We don't want you to do your job there. So on that same note, have you been following Wacky Don Lemon's book that he's got out, Bubba?
Good night.
Well, I imagine it's a piece of work.
Don Lemon is just, I really honestly think that he's, how when somebody deranged syndrome, when they become so angry and so bitter and they just start, it's like they just completely lose all concept of reality. Some of the things that he is throwing out in his book, of course, Don Lemon has taken what we've talked about. In human beings, we all are very, very fond of ourselves, and then we think so much of ourselves and so little of God. The book appears to be just full of Don Lemon telling God how he should be, and involving all kinds of things. And again, the thing that gets me on this about the depiction of when God became a man, and for some reason Don Lemon is obsessed with this in the book. And you know how people, when they get obsessed about something, they'll exaggerate? Can any of you tell me, honestly, have you ever seen a depiction of Jesus that was blonde and looked like a blonde-looking carpenter? I haven't. I've never seen. I know one time there was a movie that Jesus had blue eyes, and everybody made fun of that. That was very rare in Jewish culture to see someone with blue eyes. But he's almost acting. He even uses the word Sweden, that Jesus wasn't from Sweden. Has anybody ever seen Jesus depicted like he was from Sweden?
Yeah. Who's pushing this portrayal?
I've never seen that portrayal.
Yeah, I haven't either.
He said, "I think we should start with the true depiction of what Jesus looked like and put that in your home, either a black Jesus or a brown Jesus, because we knew Jesus looked more like a Muslim or someone who is dark rather than who is blonde, a blonde-looking carpenter. He was from the Middle East, not Sweden."
Yeah, I don't know what representation he's talking about. I've never seen that. I never believed that. I don't know where he's coming from. I've
never seen Jesus portrayed as having some Nordic characteristics. Yeah. Like I say, one time
he never looked like Ricky Schroeder growing up. I never saw that.
But then of course the Jewish community is very upset because they're coming back saying, especially Messianic Jews, Don Lemon, this is dead on arrival. When God decided to take on human flesh, he took on the human flesh of a Jewish man. Period. So now I tell you what Jesus looked like was a Jewish man.
Right.
We know that's what he looked like. Bible says there wasn't anything really impressive, that he was pretty average, that nothing about his physical appearance would have drawn you to him until you heard him teaching.
Yep.
And then of course you're drawn to it when you realize, hey, wow, we got something here.
Yeah.
So he likely, based on biblical documentation, was an average-looking Jewish man.
And probably because he was a carpenter, spent a lot of time outside, probably had a pretty good tan.
Probably.
Yeah. Probably pretty strong, too.
Yeah, so if you
that job required that.
Yeah. So if you want to depict Jesus as a Jewish man, and of course, be careful with some of that because, of course, Don Lemon didn't care about that. But we are.
Well, he knows better.
We are told not to worship any image that we've come up with of God.
Right.
That shouldn't happen.
A little limiting.
But Don Lemon doesn't care about that because he thinks God has evolved on all sorts of things in his book. And I love that Don Lemon's going to tell God what to do. That's my favorite. What about when we start ordering God around, telling him how he should be, as opposed to wondering how maybe we should be and how he sees it? It's always how we see him, not how he sees us.
Yeah, I think the way it works is he tells us how to change, not the other way around.
Yep. So Don Lemon's got some deranged rants. Don Lemon thinks if you're not gay and you're not black, then you're worthless. That's the bottom line.
Yep, pretty much.
Bottom line. You're evil and you should be removed from this earth. We'll be back. Your phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Word of God. So here's Don Lemon on The View wanting to tell us that he knows things about God that the Bible doesn't know. The Bible's got it wrong. Don Lemon's got it right. So here's what.
Well, I think there are. Listen, I respect people's right to believe in whatever they want to believe in their God.
Not
but
true.
if you believe in something that hurts another person, that does not give someone the same rights or freedoms, not necessarily under the Constitution, because this is under God. I think that that's wrong. And I think that the Catholic Church and many other churches really need to re-examine themselves and their teachings, because that is not what God is about. God is not about hindering people or even judging people.
Don,
I don't know. Has he read that book?
No, he hasn't.
No, of course he hasn't.
No,
It's
sound like it
when you
anyway.
separate sheep from goats, that's a pretty big judgmental situation.
Yes, it is.
how about Don Lemon?
It's what we call the big one.
Yes.
Yeah, no,
that doesn't get your attention. Goodness.
Wow. Wow. Don, I don't know how to take this to you. Tell you this: God is going to judge all the unredeemed, and He does hinder you doing whatever you want to do if it blasphemes Him. So yes, God does judge and hinder people. I just want to break that to you, and for you to what He basically said is you cannot preach and teach. And we've got another story I saw today where this hate speech thing we predicted is happening. By the way.
Oh yeah.
What we meant by is that biblical teaching will become hate speech because it does judge and it does hinder. And what he is saying is, if you're teaching a God that doesn't let you do whatever you want to do, that's the flaw in wretched mankind, Rick Burgess included, is that we define incorrectly that the only way God could really love us is to let us do whatever we want. But see, we can figure that out if you're just a parent. Okay, no, it's like he can't equate that God loves him by hindering his desire to corrupt God's design, or the fact that God is going to judge all those who oppose him because of his character. That's what makes grace so beautiful. We just talked about that in the Wednesday Bible study Wednesday. What makes grace so wonderful is that God, in His goodness, should not have allowed it to us. He should have killed every one of us. And in Genesis chapter 6, He did that one time. He got down to 8. So, Don, I know that would break Don's little heart, but what's happened is the fact that God, His grace is baffling and mysterious. His wrath really isn't, and that's what Don does not understand. The fact that he must judge your sinful desires and mine, Don, not just yours, mine, and the fact that He allows redemption and offers us grace when we are so wretched. See, Don Lemon thinks that human beings are pretty good people. We're all basically good. No. See that's when you start with that is your foundation. You're way off mark from the very beginning. So anyway, it's
it is a fundamental difference in the way that most people look at human beings, and what the Bible tells us, that we're sinful from day one just based on our blood from our fathers. So that's a hard concept for some people to understand, I think, but it's really not.
Right. So anyway, but that's the thing, and we talked. I thought J.I. Packer does a great job unpacking that in Knowing God. He said that's the thing that makes people not appreciate grace, is that deep down, the reason why we don't understand grace is deep down, so many people just think we're all pretty good old people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that it's something optional.
Yeah.
You know.
Let's go. So Don Lemon just got to get on television and tell everybody who he thinks God is, and which is fine. But you need to just say that's your opinion. That's not a biblical. That's not. These churches are teaching the Bible, so they're teaching the correct God. You're just saying you prefer them to teach a different God, and you can do that. But be sure. It's kind of like I was taught one time too by a great teacher. It's all right to speculate as long as you acknowledge you're speculating. Let's go to James in Montgomery, I-92 WLWI. James, go ahead. James. If we can't do any better than that, James, I got to move on.
Come on, James.
Let's go to Thomas in Alabama. Thomas, go right ahead.
Hey, good morning. I was going to follow up on the spam spoof call I heard yesterday morning. I said I could never fall for anything like that. Well, about 11:15, I had a call on my cell phone from myself. A little intrigued about that. I let it go. I let it go to voicemail just to hear it. And when I listened to it, it was allegedly Alabama Power telling me I would have my service cut off in 30 minutes because I was delinquent. Well, I thought about that. Well, kids, of course, were home from school yesterday, and I said, well, I better check on this. So I called the number, and they couldn't hear me. And so I hung up. I called back again, and they said they couldn't hear me, and they turned around. They called my number back. Well, come to find out, they were using that so they could have an incoming call to me. And they told me that my account was delinquent without me giving any information. And I said, that's interesting because I'm on auto pay. And they hung up.
Yeah.
So now I got mad. So I called back and threw an accent on them and let them go through their spiel. And come to find out, you call the number, sounds just like Alabama Power. Any prompt that you hit goes to the same call center, which had a Caribbean accent to it, and they're trying to pull information out on you to get you pay your bill. And just like you said yesterday, I was pretty aware of things like this, but I was about a step and a half into the process before I said, this isn't right.
No, you're right, and you got to be careful. There's so many phishing schemes going on, and the problem is they found a way now to present themselves as places that you're actually paying bills to and dealing with, and using logos and everything. Let's go to Jerry in Piedmont. Jerry, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Jerry.
Good morning, fellas.
How about it?
Listen, y'all talk about Helmsley getting a little bit of a handle about his wife's weather video.
Yeah.
I would have given good money if one of y'all would have called James Spann and got him to put that on the air.
Oh, man.
Can I say this? When I sent it to James, because he'll put things out on Instagram and Twitter and Facebook, and the minute I sent it to James, I was concerned. I thought, okay, I hope James doesn't take this as I want him to put this out there, because then I'm really going to be in trouble.
Yeah, you wanted to reel that back in.
Yeah, I did.
So I need to text
it's a great
James
point.
and say, show Amanda's video. Maybe on the 5 o'clock news.
Denise in Alabama.
Save lives.
Denise, go ahead.
Hey, good morning.
Hey.
Got a quick question. It may be a stupid question, and you may have already covered it, but...
There's no stupid questions, only stupid people. Go ahead.
That's true. I hope I'm not one of them, but can the southern states, or Texas, Arizona, can they not build their own wall to protect their border? Can they not do that?
You know, that is a good question. We've heard a lot about that, but the short answer is no. That borders are uniquely a federal issue. But the argument has been made that if the feds don't do it, should it be left to the states? And they've run into some court problems with that, but I don't know that you won't see that being revisited, especially for Texas.
Yeah. Well, remember we said before, the federal government is supposed to protect our borders, and they don't want to do that, but then they want to do things the Constitution doesn't allow them to do.
Yeah.
If you're a KISS fan, pay attention. It's going to be traumatizing next.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Enjoying our time together. SimplySafeBubba.com has been with the Rick and Bubba Show for many, many years. And, boy, I love getting the information from all of you that have been using these Simply Safe Bubba systems. If you have 30 minutes, then you can install it at your property by yourself, so you're not waiting on any installation teams, which, oh, gosh, you ever been through that before? You're getting monitored for about $15 a month. You're not in any long-term contract, and there's no hidden fees, nothing like that. So if you would like to get your Simply Safe system, go to simplysafebubba.com. That will get you a free security camera that will be thrown in with however you design your system. You'll get a free security camera by using our URL. That's simplysafebubba.com. This system is so much more efficient, easy to install, does a better job than the antiquated ones of the past. So get yours now, simplysafebubba.com. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Oh, Bubba, I didn't know what to do, and it had Greg. Greg was he didn't know what to do with it.
You know, I'm kind of impressed by this. I know Greg's disappointed, and I'm not saying this is
with the memories.
This is not my favorite presentation of Paul Stanley, but the guy is creative. He's a performer, and I'm sure the KISS tours are physically demanding on him. How old is he now? Like 90?
75. Somebody give me a Paul Stanley age. Paul Stanley.
He's in his 70s.
Oh. 72? What, you got a little something you chewing on?
Come on in, baby brother.
Go get you a little something. Mama's little man got his breakfast.
There it is. 69. That's what he said.
He's 69 years old.
I thought he was over 70.
I did
Maybe
too.
Gene's
I thought
70.
he was older than that.
Greg, you're not wrong, are you?
That can't be.
Well, 69's close to 70, guys. You act like he's 40.
But it's not.
No, it's
He's
not.
in his
I thought he was
70s.
72, 73. You're right. I was incorrect.
If you said in his 70s and he's 69, you're wrong.
I am. Absolutely.
Yeah, slightly.
Slightly wrong.
Let's see.
So, Greg,
Yeah, I missed about a year.
Just slightly off.
when
Gene
I
Simmons, 71.
when I walked over to Greg's computer and I heard the sound coming out, and
I just saw it and thought, I keep hearing about this
And
Soul Station or something.
and so Paul Stanley, the lead singer for the supergroup KISS, has released a soul album, and he's put together a group called what? Soul Train.
Soul
Soul
Station.
Station,
Soul
Rick.
Station.
Soul Train.
Soul Station.
That one, Rick, probably wouldn't have got the legal rights.
coming
to
into
that.
the station.
I know.
A Soul Train into the station. So, but this is Paul. What we're about to play for you is Paul Stanley.
Yeah.
And
I wish he had his
front man.
makeup on doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does he make any reference to any KISS anything in this?
No, don't get on the bad roll here.
Yeah,
No,
come
I really
on now.
think, guys.
All right.
I
so
know.
Greg, we're used to
Granted, he's
we're
not
used
70,
to you
but he
being
is
right.
69.
Don't slip down the slippery slope.
What do
Greg.
you think about this?
Am I going to buy it? No.
No. So he.
If it comes on in the car, do you hang with it for a
I
little
mean,
bit?
I've heard the original version of that song. I think that'll work.
Yeah, I do.
That's
too.
a no.
Do you think
then.
he can do a version
I mean, it's not
like
bad.
that, Greg, of say I was made for loving you? Can he make a
That would
jazz
be the one
version
to
of it?
do if you were going to do one, as opposed to
now-
A
say.
soul version?
now we
They
got
may
him.
have it.
Look at the microphone, Rick. It's got diamonds.
Yeah,
in
In the article, he's talking about how he was influenced with this music growing
that
up.
looks like right there. Pop that back up. Let's hear him when he's really getting active there. That looked a little more like the old days.
Yeah. This is in slow motion here. Let's get back to normal.
give
So I'll
him
tell you,
that.
that's a lot of overhead here. That's
Yeah.
a lot of people.
Well, I want-
Paul's
what-
filthy rich. He can afford it.
Yeah, what is the logo I'm seeing back there on the little band stands? You know how the band how you do with when you get it.
Is that Soul Station?
So
that logo back there? What do we got on
this
that?
must be Soul Station.
It's some kind of
Illuminati.
That's probably Illuminati. Oh, but now when does he stop this and go back on the never-ending farewell tour? Because I know it's still.
He has to, right?
You missed
I'm
it
sure.
before. It's nothing.
I'm sure.
I don't know.
Trying to find
You know,
out.
they
He's
say
not gonna do a tour
the
with
farewell
it.
tour isn't drawing as much as they thought it would, and there's rumors that you may see Ace come back. They may try.
Well,
to
no, wait a
grab
minute.
something.
They had another farewell tour going.
Oh, they've been on it for like 2 years.
Right.
This was it was the farewell tour, and it's supposed to be 2 years, at least 2 years,
There's your logo. Rick.
maybe more than that.
Okay.
So that is the logo?
I guess.
Yeah,
so.
I can't explain it. Ace was my favorite.
Oh yeah, man, mine too.
But wait a minute.
Well, you stood right next to him.
Right? Yeah, I went to his mic. That's why I was.
But wouldn't part of that be the fact that it's a little bit down as COVID? I mean, they can't.
No, before the COVID, the numbers.
People kind of getting tired of it.
I mean, when you say numbers down for them, there's still a lot of people there. But
I got you.
Not sellouts. Put it that way.
And they want to bring Ace Frehley back, thinking that'll.
That's a rumor.
I'd like to see original members, original makeup again.
Did you know that Soul Station actually debuted in 2015?
Really?
That far back?
What?
Didn't have a lot of.
It's a live project to pay tribute to the music of his youth.
Okay.
Said they have since toured the U.S. and Japan.
Didn't know that.
What the?
I thought it was something new.
They have. That's what it said.
They've just got their latest album or whatever. Is what this
I
is.
guess.
I want to hear them do Detroit Rock City bad.
Well, we were. You know what? Bubba brought up a good point. If they were going to do a soul version of one of their songs, "I Was Made for Loving You" probably works.
Yeah.
To take that and soul that up a little bit.
Anything off that album.
Yeah.
Sure know something.
Oh, yeah, that would be good. I forgot about that song. That's actually a good song.
Yeah. It's a little poppy, but it's good.
But I completely forgot about it. I completely forgot about it.
You forgot about Rocket Ride with Ace singing, too.
No,
I didn't forget about that one.
You remember forget about that?
Yeah, I got you.
We're old.
Here's some other songs they do, Rick. They do Al Green's "Let's Stay Together," The Temptations' "Just My Imagination," and the Spinners' "Could It Be I'm Falling in Love."
Could it be I'm falling in love
with you, baby?
I
kind of like to hear him do that.
Paul can do whatever he wants to.
That's right.
No, Greg, I know that, but
he's earned that right.
He has.
But Greg, it doesn't mean
his money.
It doesn't mean his fans.
It's the greatest performing band of all time, Kiss.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
There's no doubt he's earned to be able to do whatever he wants to.
Oh,
but,
here's the whole playlist.
But but Greg, we can't be forced to like it though.
No, it's got to stand. If it don't stand, it's not horrible at all. It's just something about if I'd have heard it and not just and seeing it was a little weird.
Mm-hmm. It was
weird. But he's got quite the take on
Paul's
it.
got the things he likes to do, and
he's I support Paul and whatever he wants to do.
Paul's got his things he's doing.
I've got the things I do.
Gene goes around selling the vault.
I was just talking to Dave Ramsey. So
you may know
I'm gonna tell you a weird
I'm into
one.
professional football now, so I'm kind of studying that.
Do you remember when they had?
And I'm making masks for the virus.
Vinnie Vincent was in the band. You know, he was there. I told you the story when I went and didn't realize on their last leg, and Ace wasn't in the band anymore, and this Vinnie Vincent guy was there, and then he was there for Lick It Up. And anyway, you seen Vinnie lately? Rick, have you seen Vinnie lately?
No, I haven't.
He's kind of. I'm not. He almost looks like a. I don't know if he's female or if he's male.
It's not.
Yeah, it's
true.
weird.
Goodness.
It's a weird thing.
But does he do anything?
They brought him out on one of these reunion things. These like it's almost like a Comic-Con of Kiss, what you call it, where you come out.
Right.
He was on a couple of them. It was just really odd.
What do you mean? How's he?
I'll pull him up. Let's see. No. Rick, off the album, Lick It Up.
Rick, you remember?
That's twice.
Yeah.
69, not 70.
There it is.
No,
Rick, there it is.
What?
That's Vinnie Vincent on the way up.
No, it's not.
Yes.
What?
And they're even rumored that we're not sure.
What?
I don't think he's publicly acknowledged it, but I think he's now female.
Looks like he's in Heart now.
Rick and Bubba.
We're back. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. Do you remember this one?
Oh, yeah.
If you don't think Bubba's talented, he was just cutting his food to the beat.
Oh, yeah, he was.
He's got breakfast here.
I've been a gambler, but I'm nobody's fool. You should be thinking never taught me in school. As we come back, Jason in Montgomery, I-92 WLWI. Jason, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good, brother. How y'all doing?
Fired up, draw back like a flip.
Hey, I just let y'all talking about Paul Stanley with his little soul album, but, you know, Kiss 79 Dynasty was labeled as a disco album, you know, technically, so, and that's where I Was Made for Loving You. That's their version of a disco song. So a soul is not that big a stretch for him.
Well, but a little bit different, because when they did that, that's when disco was dominating, and they were, you know, always trying to throw something out there that might introduce them to a new audience. The music he's doing now has been around for a really, really long time, and it's a kind of a go back and do covers from songs that were from a different era. So that's a little bit different than them putting out an album that when the time they put it out, you know, disco was popular, and well, a lot of Kiss fans did not like when they did that.
Oh, I loved it.
Oh, of course you did.
Rick, get this to you. I want to give you a quick update. It said Kiss postponed their final tour exactly a year ago as the scale of the pandemic became clear. Their most recent performance was a New Year's Eve show in Dubai, which was streamed live and set records for the scale of pyrotechnics that the show used. Looking back, Stanley said some of the flamethrowers we used was like having a furnace on stage. I'm sure if there were any astronauts above the concert, they would have gone, ouch.
So it's
still promoting big.
Oh, sure.
And
Mark,
it sounds like they are planning another farewell tour as soon as the pandemic's over and they can take back the big venues. That's what I mean. If you read this, what it sounds
they've been saying farewell for a long, long time. Yeah,
Get them crumbs out of the way.
Yeah, get them eggs out of here.
Something.
Sure know something.
Let's go to Mark. Mark and Coleman listen to 104.7 WZZK. Mark, go ahead.
Morning, Biggins.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, in the video, Paul Stanley looks oddly like Nancy Pelosi in the video you just played.
Pelosi or Paul?
I didn't
New
see
contest.
That one. I didn't see that one. Marcus,
What, do you mean right in the face?
Yeah, I didn't.
Because I
didn't see that.
I hope that's all he means.
Yeah. Let's go to
Paul's 70.
Marcus
To be 70.
in Birmingham. Marcus, go ahead.
Hey, fellas, how you doing this morning?
Good. How you doing?
Oh man, I'm doing good. Hey, y'all were talking about that Kiss album, and I love to see a musician kind of branch out and do something that's kind of out of their box, out of their comfort zone, you know. But y'all have got to hear, if you haven't heard, the David Lee Roth Bluegrass album.
You know, somebody sent me a video of that, and I think they were on the Tonight Show or they were on something, and it was one of these late night shows, and they were performing. And so here's the thing, and I agree with you to a point, but if you're going to go outside your genre and do something different, it still has to be good. I don't just go, hey, well, that was a kind of a poor attempt at bluegrass, but, I just kind of like the fact they tried bluegrass. It has to be good. I have to want to hear it. I have to think, man, this is awesome. And if I remember what I saw, it was troubling.
It wasn't very good, but it was pretty entertaining.
Yeah. Dave, Dave's one of those kind that he had his era.
Yeah.
And to try to, it's like the time Bubba and I hate to keep bringing it up, went to see KC, and we thought the Sunshine Band. We didn't know it would be.
But at least they were still doing kind of what they did.
Yeah, but remember how
I know it wasn't the same.
But you remember when they said David Lee Roth, even when they tried to do the Van Halen, put them all back together.
Well, he was worried about sheepdogs.
Yeah, and he got out there and while he was talking, they showed pictures of him playing with sheepdogs. I mean,
because doesn't he breed them or something?
Yeah,
now?
Now we're all officially acknowledging that we're old now. When you go to a rock concert that features one of them playing with dogs,
reading more from this interview, Stanley says, in the meantime, I'm hoping Soul Station can go out because I think there will be different requirements for auditoriums and clubs. If that were the case, then our bags are packed and we're ready to go. And when the time is right, Kiss will go out. Another farewell tour.
Split screen. I don't think Paul Stanley looks like Nancy Pelosi.
No.
You know,
while you were reading, we had a split screen
Right.
up.
Well, yeah, I didn't see that either.
That doesn't look.
Don't.
No.
Actually, Paul has better hair than she does.
No,
But,
no question. Is that Paul Stanley's real hair?
I don't know at this
Probably
point.
not.
I don't know.
Somebody said compare Jill Biden and Alex Cooper with no makeup.
What?
Here he
Just
comes.
now here they all come. Oh, is he coming on in?
Oh boy,
He's still got his
He's struggling here now.
Does he still have his napkin in his
got a
hand?
little bit of a West Coast stride.
Well, I mean, we're talking Paul Stanley trivia.
Yeah.
You know he's got like a gimped up ear.
Yeah, and I did know
He
that.
got this funny ear.
Yeah, he's got it, and
He hides it.
He like told a whole story about how
Oh,
when he was a
yeah.
little kid, everybody made fun of his ear.
Why are you grinning saying that?
No, it's just that's what he got. That cool, good thing he's got cool hair.
No, he's got like a half ear or something.
Yeah, he's born with like a half a ear.
Mm-hmm. Look,
I'm just telling you, he
look.
did. Oh, is that it?
That's the
Oh,
gimp
ain't
one.
that bad.
He doesn't have a lobe. Really, he's really pulling on
Did he
it.
have a wreck or something? Slide on it?
Just born that way.
Born that way.
Really?
Anybody know his real name?
Wow.
Anybody here know his real name?
Look on into that ear. It doesn't.
That's
Wicked
Stanley
Lester.
Eisen.
Stanley Eisen.
You know, you despise what you're doing to us. You can't stand playing guessing games, and yet you're doing it to us.
Y'all know what Ace's real name is? Anybody know?
He's got that sharp
But
voice,
Greg,
too.
Greg goes more Kiss trivia
He's got
than
that tone.
anybody.
He's got that tone you're talking about.
Paul Freely.
Paul Freely.
They swap names.
Look
I'll
around.
leave it at that. Jeans goes, this really weird.
yeah.
He's got
Hard
like
to
two
say.
other names. Yeah, he was born in Israel, and it's like Haim something.
Easy.
Yeah. And then it was Gene Klein for a while.
Really?
Peter Chris is actually Peter Chrysicola. He cut it in half.
Okay.
I just a little trivia in case y'all wonder. I just didn't know if y'all knew Paul had a gimped up ear.
Yeah, and I did know that.
I thought I had
saw,
I know he's gimped up.
I actually saw him doing I saw him get interviewed. I think it was by Dan Rather on the big interview.
Oh yeah,
And he
yeah.
talked about how tough it was on him as a kid to have a gimped up ear.
Oh,
Sound like he grew up where we did.
Yeah.
yeah.
And I think
hey,
this,
Geo Acres #1, you don't have a gimped
I
up
think
ear.
this Soul
Gimped up ear.
Station, if you know, we've said it, but if you read more, it's just stuff he grew up listening to on the radio.
By the
so
way,
he has a love for
I
it.
know, but that I don't know.
Looking at Paul's ear,
It'd be
it's
like
like
me
at the
saying,
inner
I'm
ear.
gonna go out and take. I become this huge band. Next thing you know, I'm releasing an album with Undercover Angel on it.
In Convoy.
Because I heard it in my daddy's truck.
Yeah. You remember
Rubber Band Man.
You remember the guitarist that was on the
Here we
first,
go.
the second album with no makeup, and he played on the album, but he never made the tour because he came down with some weird disease of his hand.
Bruce Kulick.
Close.
Okay.
Mark St. John.
Okay, dang it. Look at it. Wasn't there a Bruce?
Oh, he was the one that.
and Rick Mark-
once he got in there, he stayed.
Mark St. John went on to have his own radio show in about 45 different markets.
I'm just gonna give y'all a little. We're not sure yet if Vinnie Vincent's a male or a female now. I don't know if he's transitioning, just not talking about it.
Who was the
Look at it.
Fox initially when they replaced Ace?
Eric Carr.
Was Eric Carr, and he died, didn't he?
Yeah.
Was he the one that died?
He did.
You see Greg like, of course it was Eric Carr.
Yeah, I know.
Come on, everybody knows that.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We Be Big is the number. Speedy, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the real Greg Burgess, all here, ready for another day. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussy. How about it, Bubba?
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged. Thank all of you for joining us for a few hours each and every day here on the Rick and Bubba Experience.
Make a note, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming up again this weekend. We interview retired Army Colonel Jim Hawkins, who was really sent to help the state that we live in, Alabama, on the response to the pandemic. And we'll find out what it was like for the states in our country when all this hit, talk about where we are now and where he thinks we may be going. So enjoy that this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast.
Rick, I just, I got several people emailing me with Greg's expansive knowledge of KISS.
Mm-hmm.
And they had a few questions, and I have no idea the answer of this. One, Greg, I don't know if you can help this person out. They said there's a lyric they remember. It says, out on the streets for living pictures. Only begun your day of sorrow and madness, got you under their thumb. What song is that?
Black Diamond.
Okay.
The great Peter Criss on vocals.
There he goes.
One of my favorites.
Doesn't Paul Stanley start out on vocals and give it
He
to him?
does. You're right, Rick. Paul starts the slow part. That's a good song.
Somebody else had said...
I like when singers combo it.
Greg, was Eric Carr, was that his real name?
I don't think so. I may be wrong. I don't know. You got me there.
Do you know what the first single released in the USA was by KISS?
Released? Says a single, Rock and Roll All Night.
I don't. People are asking me. I don't know.
Oh my gosh, Adler's showing the KISS movie.
Oh, Phantom in the Park.
Phantom in the Park. Oh my gosh,
that was a disaster.
There's another lyric. Somebody was asking about where does the newscaster say the accident happened?
I don't know that one.
Detroit Rock City.
Is it?
Detroit. That's what I think it is.
I don't remember that part.
Yeah. Remember they were.
They were talking. Yeah, that's on Destroyer. That we got in a record club.
I just got a text.
Somebody wanted to know too. Do you remember the song? Let's see, what was it here? Find it in email again. Modern Day Delilah. Do you remember that?
I do not. Okay. That must have been when I got tired of them.
I think that was one of their first ones.
Really?
Thurlow says out of Starkville, Greg's KISS IQ is off the charts. Impressive.
That's
how it is.
It really
he
is.
said he had a
really
funny Garth Brooks KISS story. He'll tell you when he sees it.
Oh, how about that?
I don't know what that's.
I like that.
Didn't Garth Brooks do a KISS album?
He did. There was a tribute to KISS.
He did Harlot Woman.
Harlot Woman.
Yeah.
And the name of that record was Kiss My A. the tribute record.
Thanks, Greg.
I didn't say it.
Yeah, right. All right. So,
Greg, somebody said there was a song from Kiss Alive that does not appear on Kissology 1. Do you know which one that was?
You're getting out of my comfort zone there.
Getting out of my comfort zone.
I think it was Rock Bottom, but I'm not sure.
Oh, I remember Rock Bottom. Yeah. I saw him do it on Don Kirshner's rock concert. You remember that? It used to come on Saturdays?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you know that was the that's how This Is Spinal Tap happened? They started out trying to do a parody of those weekend late night rock concert
midnight
things,
special,
and they were pretending the two main characters were pretending they were these two rockers that couldn't remember if they'd ever played in a band together before because they'd done so many drugs and all this.
Yeah.
And it started out as just a goofing around, and then they kind of came back and said, "We ought to do something more with that," and then they created the whole
mockumentary.
Yeah, which, by the way, I had forgotten how many movies Meathead was involved in.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I mean, and I know that politically he's
a nut, but he makes good movies.
Wow, he's really cranked out some movies.
Yeah.
Greg, I'm not familiar with this terminology. Somebody's asking me about footage from a concert that Kiss refers to as the Lost Concert. They actually made a DVD about it.
I say, y'all.
Do you know anything about it?
No, I know nothing about any of that.
Yeah, I
don't remember that.
But Bubba, are you trapped in Kiss questions?
Well, I'm just looking through email. People were asking these questions, so
yeah.
I didn't know.
Well, Greg, you've kicked the Kiss Army over, and I hope you're happy.
Somebody sent me a disturbing article on Vinnie Vincent.
Yeah, there's the Lost Concert. Well, I never found it. The Bubba just reminded me of this, and Greg, and this may blow your mind as much as anything that has been said so far today. And I don't remember when it was, but Bubba and I dressed up as Gene Simmons and Paul Stanley. Okay, no, but there's more. There's more. I know you're aware of that. And I'd forgotten the second part.
Oh, no.
You're not ready for it. Do you know who Ace Frehley and Peter Criss were in our band? Sherry and Betty.
Are you serious? They had makeup on?
Yes.
No pictures?
Bubba says he has some. Sherry dressed up as Ace Frehley.
Oh, that's fun.
And Betty was Peter Criss. We think that was the way it went.
Yeah.
I can't remember.
Why were y'all dressed up? I can't remember.
Or maybe vice versa.
We were doing a show.
It was Halloween Day.
Okay.
From a car dealership or something.
Yeah. Oh, that's so good.
Yeah. And we started out on the show doing it. And I guess Betty and Sherry joined us when we went to the appearance, right? Because I don't remember them being up on the show that day.
Right.
And that's why you see those pictures, because that's from the studio.
Okay.
We're outside.
I didn't realize they were the other two members of Kiss.
I had completely forgotten about it, and Bubba just reminded me. See, that's from the studio.
All right.
Okay.
Look at Speedy's little head up there.
I want you to look
at Red Rifleman.
Greg, look right there at Paul Stanley.
I know. He's doing the Paul Stanley pose.
Do you like that?
Yeah.
Rick.
Did I have the star? Did I have the star on the right eye? Because I had to do it in the mirror. Remember, everything's reversed.
I don't know.
I think your jeans good makeup.
I don't know who put that on
that for y'all.
Maybe
I think I drew them in the bathroom before we went on there.
Yeah,
well, Bubba is an artist.
He is an artist. Matter of fact, Greg, at one point, there was like a red bird on my face.
That's good.
So they were really getting carried away with this. Yeah. All right. So I just don't remember that being this big problem. Did you? So anyway, are we done with Kiss now? I mean,
I didn't bring it up.
I know, but I'm talking about it kicked over the Kiss Army, didn't it?
I shouldn't have talked about it.
Betty may have
here.
that
I got
picture
everything
somewhere. I have to.
Yeah, I don't remember. I know there was pictures made of the Wives and us as a supergroup Kiss, but I've never seen one.
See, Bubba, this explains it on the modern day Delilah. This is off Psycho Circus. I didn't pay any of them later albums any attention.
The star is on the wrong eye. It looks like.
Yeah. I think I did it in the mirror and it was backwards. Right. I think that's what it was.
That time Morton Downey Jr.
Tried to cut a swastika in his forehead, and he did it backwards.
Do I have a hat on backward? What is on my head?
Yeah, I'm not sure what you got on your head there.
All right, let me say this. Remember we told y'all this.
How hard was it to get
See,
that
I
off?
actually changed eyes because I wasn't worthy of being the original Paul.
There you go. You didn't want
it was a tribute to him.
Put that picture back up.
I noticed you had a funny ear, too.
Yeah. Put the picture back up. You see that up behind my head? You know what all those are?
Carts.
Those are carts.
That commercials and stuff like that.
Remember us telling you about that?
You just plugged them in.
There's those 8-track carts we touched them.
Oh, wow. You just plugged them in and away they went?
Yeah, all those were commercials up there.
Oh.
And
a little easier nowadays.
Yeah. Hey, somebody grab me a My Pillow.
Yeah. I would have gone up there in the M's and I'd pull it out. Can you believe that's how it used to be?
Goodness
That
gracious.
Studio, are we in the actual studio?
Yeah. Yeah, we are.
It was a tiny
Bubba,
little.
that look on your face is
well, I had the
priceless.
Paul lips going. I was in character.
You were.
Great, but the look on Speedy's face is we're not giving in enough.
No, that's true. I mean, Speedy might have had a long night tonight before. Look at him.
Possible. Speaking of that, got a spring break story coming up.
You know, I even remember when we were on the remote, we had a picture made with friends of ours that was in our Sunday school class. I wonder if they've got that picture.
I bet that went well.
I don't remember.
Alan McCreelis, help me out.
I think that Sherry was Ace Frehley and Betty was the cat.
Betty said she thinks she was the cat.
Yeah. I wonder if Sherry even remembers that. 15 minutes past, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866. We Be Big. Brand new stuff from Lauren Daigle, by the way.
Hold on to me.
All right, so we've got a number of stories still out there today. This one, you got to laughing at this morning. I mean, earlier today. So I saw this video. It was somebody. You know, sometimes these videos start coming at you. You don't even know what they are, where they came from. There's a lot coming in, but spring break. A lot of colleges, including the ones that Bubba, our kids that are still in college, they chose to not have spring break because of the pandemic and just finish the year and say we're done in May. But other schools went ahead and had a spring break, high schools and colleges, and apparently there's footage of a rowdy crowd of spring breakers. And what happens is somebody gets cuffed and stuffed.
Yeah, which happens during spring break a lot.
Yeah, well, it does. And I think it was something minor, meaning you're in trouble, but you're going to get taken down out of here and then be let go. And
everybody just calm down.
Everybody calm down. But unfortunately, Bubba, what happens is the police car won't open from the inside for obvious reason, but it does open from the outside.
Yep.
So there's a mob out there, and one of his buddies goes over and opens up the door, and he gets out fully cuffed. You're not going to believe what you're about to see, and he is digging. I'm talking about he's flying down the beach, and then the crowd joins him in the run. Now watch the buddy help him. Look, opens the door. Look, here, see the door get open right there. All right, now watch it. Watch him right here. I mean, look, Bubba.
Cuffed.
Look at everybody chasing him. The whole crowd running with him.
Why is everybody running with him?
I don't know.
What's that about?
Are they
What was his
cheering him
plan?
on? Because running with your arms behind you has to be difficult.
Rick, we were talking earlier. What if he got away, but he couldn't get the cuffs off, and the rest of the week you'd see him at parties, he was still cuffed?
Hey, how y'all been doing?
What's up, guys? Man, I don't know what to do about these
Watch
cuffs.
how hard he digs when he gets out. So
Look, they ease up there like they're taking a picture of him. Somebody cracks the door, then they back up so they don't look like they did it.
And the police is dealing with the ball.
And it's something about the way he's running makes it even better.
He looks sunburned too, doesn't
But
he?
look at the crowd, y'all. It's like a stampede.
So is this the run, and they're cheering him on? Is that what it is?
Of course, he didn't get off the beach before they had him back.
Did they? Did they?
Well,
get
did
him?
they?
Yeah, they got him.
Yeah.
Oh, God. But that's that thing where you're just running, and there's no forethought of I got to come up with some kind of
I got these
cutters
cuffs
to
on.
get me out.
I
of it.
forgot about the cuffs. Okay.
Well, even if I cut the chain, how'd I get them off my wrist? There's a lot to do there.
Yep.
So, but are they?
The fact that he's just
There's
shirtless
smoke
with
shot.
nothing but a
Police
bathing
look.
suit on.
So I guess they did catch him, huh?
Yeah, that kind of.
Yeah. So now he's in more trouble.
Yeah,
I
and
bet.
what I love too is because it was a fight that had broke up, so he was, I guess fighting on the beach. And Greg knows this because this has happened to him before. They might ride you around the corner and let you out
Yeah,
and say, "Hey, chill
everybody
out,
calm
whatever."
down. Yeah.
But now he's in all kinds of trouble.
Oh yeah, now he's got charges stacked on top.
And the guy that opened the door's been charged.
Yeah, the guy that opened doors in trouble too.
Is he really?
Yeah. Rick, you're not supposed to let people out of police
I
cars.
know you're not. I know. Look. Hey, look. He right there is where he's really picking up steam.
And I love the crowd going nuts and running with him.
I wonder, can we deep fake
Look at
Greg's face on that kid?
Look at everybody running with him. Look at that.
If I could get William Wallace screaming freedom while he's running.
I think I can do that one.
Yeah, I mean, they can, they're just going to ride you around in the paddy wagon
if
for a
you'll
little
just
while.
be cool.
Yeah.
Everybody
Calm
be cool.
down.
Everybody be cool.
Yeah.
Rick, there's so many they
Everybody on
can't
Glen,
they can't
everybody on
prosecute
Glen.
everybody.
So now he's been charged with escape, disorderly conduct, resisting officer without violence.
Goodness. He was trying though. You got to give him an A for effort.
The police made 4 total arrests, including Greg, the person who allegedly battered an officer. So,
now they ain't gonna let you get that guy out.
No,
It's the guy that opened the doors in trouble,
and
he's on video doing it.
Well, Greg, here's
Gonna
what I
be
love.
tough
Could you
to
tell
deny.
which one it was?
Oh,
Who
yeah.
did it?
It wasn't Pink Shirt. I think it was the other guy. I think
guy.
Pink
Yeah.
Shirt was
Behind it.
blocking.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the
Gray shirt right there. See him reach
see,
out.
See, I think the guy right there is blocking or whatever.
Nonchalant.
Yeah,
Pink
right.
shirt's filming.
Well, he comes rolling
right,
out.
right,
He comes
there.
rolling out of there.
Look, Gray Shirt's the one who gets it done.
You got
Everybody needs a gray
too
shirt.
many cameras out there.
Everybody needs a gray shirt in their life.
Rick, look, and the fact the door cracks open and all here he comes
When he
bailing
sees
out
he
of
can
it.
get out of there. So where are the police officers during
They're up
this?
front.
I think they're
dealing with
handling the
mob.
crowd.
They're up front dealing with the mob. Look right there.
So they didn't realize somebody was going to open the door.
Do you think he would have got away if the crowd hadn't run with him and showed him which way he was going?
Now, there was some footage on another one, and he makes it all the way to, you see the condos or whatever. There.
So he
He's
gets
in
all
that
the-
area.
he gets
but
there?
It's like a policeman from there comes down and gets him. Starts
Look
dragging,
right here. This one
starts dragging him through the
Look,
side.
There's somebody after.
Look, wait, but boy, you're in the sand now. He's barefooted.
Yeah, that's hard to do.
He's digging too.
How about running in sand is a 0?
I like how the Clearwater police chief is trying to do the famous. Y'all think this is funny?
I know it is. I'm sorry.
He says, well, many young
It's
adults in
not
the video
right.
think
It's-
this is funny.
It's not right.
It's
but
turned
it is
what would
kinda
have been a
funny.
very minor violation to one that will have severe consequences.
Well, and that's true.
Well, yeah, but
So,
not on me. It's not.
Right.
I mean, so I get to laugh at it.
That doesn't
Is
make it any
against the
less
law?
funny to us.
Yeah, is it against the law to laugh at it?
No, it's not.
Okay.
No, it's
We're clear.
In a world where everyone needs to lighten up, this is funny.
Exactly. Look, I get it.
And I don't want that to be my son, and I'm not encouraging that kind of behavior. Okay?
It's
But that's funny.
it is
It's funny as long as you don't know any of the people.
right.
If you're not the one having to bail him out.
that's right.
The I'm so glad.
Because you just don't see that much where somebody's making that break.
How about this? I am so glad and so thankful that there was no ability to document every move everybody made when we were at
That
that
is
age.
a good thing.
Rick, what are you talking about?
I mean, I'm so thankful for that.
The problem is it's been around long enough as us as adults. That's the problem.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Look. Now here's somebody with their footage of actually going and chasing after.
Oh, one of the runners.
Yeah.
So he
Look, he's
doubled
tired.
back.
Look, he's tired right there.
Oh, he is tired.
Yeah, he's thinking, I don't know why I did this. They
Oh,
got him.
oh,
Now,
they
Rick,
got
drag him.
Oh, now he's
Oh, no.
now he's getting drugged.
Not the drug.
Seriously,
Well, last time I saw him, he was getting drugged by the police.
If you don't go quietly, they really have a whole new attitude.
You do need to.
Trust me on
They
that.
do.
Yeah. And after they chase you that far, they're mad too because they're tired.
It's
Of course.
it's a whole new attitude.
And here's the thing that bothers me the most: you'll have someone today talking negatively about this. This ain't funny. There should be major consequences.
Oh, it should.
All the while, in the second segment they'll be okay with the riots and stuff that's happening.
Oh, yeah. Well,
See, that's what I can't.
You got to
stand.
be consistent.
Yeah. Well, you're not going to find
This
that.
guy wasn't trying to hurt anybody. He was just trying. He was looking for freedom.
Look, we were laughing just because you don't see it much.
Well, look, if rioters are not doing anything, any big deal, a spring breaker running in cuffs, I mean, my goodness.
Yeah, he's not breaking windows out.
Yeah, I mean,
He got in a little skirmish on the beach. Who hadn't done that?
sure, absolutely. Well,
My goodness.
let me tell you.
I know. I've been there.
Yeah, it's
I remember one year the people in the hotel were throwing stuff at the people on the beach, and the people on the beach were throwing back at the hotel. It
Yes.
was like a mob.
yeah,
You remember that?
Yes,
I mean, it was. I've never seen anything like it.
because I remember going up there to resolve it because I thought it was dangerous about them throwing stuff
You were
down on
trying
us.
to stop.
And unfortunately we went in the wrong room.
Oh,
and held somebody off the ledge that really wasn't involved.
Yeah.
And I looked next door, and
That's not good.
and the rest of the crew says, "By the way, y'all are in the wrong room." And we just put the guy back. We did put him back.
Hey, can I ask y'all a question? Was that Panama City 1987?
Yeah, I think it was. By the way,
I think we were on the same beach.
you remember that they were throwing from the. It was just. I mean,
They
it
had to
was.
shut the beach down.
Yes, it was complete mayhem.
Yeah. It was 87.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because it's hard when you're looking down at a room when you go up through the steps and the
Which
elevator,
one it
and then
is.
which room you were looking at. You get confused. But bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Lines are available. We'll put all 10 of them out there and make them available. You can make a comment. You can ask a question. You can bring information to the table. Here we go.
Directory assistants, Eric.
You're running the show now. They're your topics. Questions. Now, 10 lines gets more people in, but 30 seconds also moves them through quicker. So you get in line easier. And then the line moves quicker because of the phone show. And you're running. If you're saying, man, I wish they'd talk about this, well, now's the time to do it. Man, I'd like to ask them about this. Well, now's the time to do it. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Harry Murdahl taking phone calls. Bubba, you and I are raving over the new My Pillow slippers.
Oh,
my
Rick,
goodness.
I got mine the other day. I put them on, and I'm not a slipper guy normally. And I thought, hey, this is a game changer. The girls at the house tried them on, and they were all screaming, get us some.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Let me say this. These are fantastic. Their 3-tier cushioning system has the MyPillow patented foam, comfort memory foam, and patented impact gel. And I put my foot in them, and I mean, it was it's like my feet. They were going into slipper heaven.
Oh, boy.
And Bubba, you've got the kind of what we call kind of a more moccasin fit there.
Yes, I do. I love the moccasins.
Yeah, and I've got the ones that are a little more, the ones right there at the bottom left. And those are good. And they do have them for women, too. So Bubba's got the ones on the right. I guess I've got the moccasin ones on the left.
Right.
So anyway, but these are so very comfortable, and you are going to love them. Another great item from our friends at MyPillow. Go to MyPillow.com right now to get yours. We'll get you 30% off using the promo code Bubba. Also a link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. Let's start with Bobby. And then we'll move through. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. Phone troll. All right, Bobby, you're on. Go ahead.
Hi, guys. My 10-year-old son, he's been listening since about 2012.
Mm-hmm.
And he is convinced, and has been for years, that the intro song, when it goes, Rick and Bubba's in the house, they all up in the house. He is convinced that is Speedy singing that part.
It is Speedy. He's right.
Okay.
No, it really is not. No,
I just want to make sure.
No, he's right. No, we're just messing with Speedy.
But Speedy could have done it.
It is Brad Ryan's wife.
Okay.
Who
Well,
did the song.
I'll have to let him know. He's not going to believe me either way.
Yeah, but it's not Speedy. It is Brad Ryan who did the song. His brother's doing the bass part. Brad Ryan's doing all the instruments and the singing, and his wife does the Rick and Bubba's All Up in the House. So there you go, Jenny Lee. Let's continue. Mark out of Arkansas. Mark, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, Biggins. How are y'all today?
We're good.
Man, I drive a truck, and I stay out 4 to 6 weeks at a time, and my wife works for FedEx local delivery down in South Texas where we live. And, my wife has to carry a gun now because of all the bailouts, and my daughters carry guns just to go to the store because of the bailouts down there.
Because of the what now?
Ridiculous.
The bailout.
The bailouts. Yeah, we get 3 or 4 bailouts a week. Like the cops will pull a car over, and there'd be like 11 or 12 people come flying out of it and run off in the woods.
I got you. Yep. Yeah, the border situation. I know that as we played earlier, the Biden administration doesn't want to use the word crisis. It is, and people will come if you tell them that you're no longer going to have a wall. And come one, come all, they'll come. Now, probably not the best idea during the pandemic when you're trying to get all your citizens either vaccinated or they already have the antibodies with herd immunity. Probably not the best idea to let people flow in. It's not a good idea anyway, but really not a good idea with the pandemic. No. To Montgomery, I-92 WLWI, Robert is standing by. Robert, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
I just want to tell you that I listen to the TuneIn app all the time, and that's just one of the best things ever. And I heard one the other day, y'all put Adler in a trunk and rode him around. That was one of the funniest things I've ever heard.
Yeah, that was,
he was trying to escape my car because they have those things in the
Yeah, we were testing to see if he could get out of it.
Right? Yeah, it was a test to see if it had that emergency inside.
Did he get out? I don't remember.
Yeah, did he?
I don't even think my car. I think that was the joke. I don't think my car even has the
capability.
capability.
I can't find one. No, I remember that. Let's go to
you fell asleep in there. Remember?
To Angela. Angela, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, I just want to give you guys a shout out. Last week I had a MRI, and they put headphones on, asked me what I wanted to listen to. I said 104.7. I want to listen to Rick and Bubba.
Angela, that was the right call. That was the right call.
It was the right call. I took y'all to the MRI room with me.
Could you hear us with all the racket going on?
I did.
Oh, yeah.
I hope it all came out well.
It kept me calm.
Oh, good. Glad that could work. That's a great idea.
Because you need all you can to be stuffed in a pipe like that.
That's right.
Yep.
To Colby in Birmingham.
I used to not be claustrophobic, but I'm getting more now.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
I
Colby,
was
go
okay.
ahead.
I got in cave crawl.
Green Acres.
Hey, go ahead.
I think you need to put a Rick and Bubba logo on a step stool. That way you and Bubba can be able to get in and out of your trucks easier.
That's a good idea.
Put what on it?
A step stool with the Rick and Bubba logo on it. You put it out by your truck.
That's a great idea.
But once you get in, it's still out there on the ground.
Yeah,
What
we gotta
do
have
you
a little
do?
chain that
You had to put a
hooks it.
string on it,
Yeah.
hook to your belt,
Yeah.
and then you pull it up,
That's
right?
it.
Okay.
That's it.
Now you throw it out the window
Like you
and
pull
get
something
it.
up to a ladder
Drop
stand.
it, lift it, and drop it.
I got it. We need a block.
Trudy in Sylacauga. Trudy, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
All right, good morning, guys. Quick story. We were at church one evening, and this guy broke into our cars and stole some purses out of the vehicles.
Oh, boy.
The police came and arrested him, put him in the back seat of the car, but they apparently did not close the police car door because we were probably 40 yards away from him. The police were talking to us, and all of a sudden the guy started hollering for the policeman to come back over there. He had gotten out of the police car, come to the front of the police car, and was mad because the handcuffs were too tight. So the police officer went over, loosened up the handcuffs, and put him back in the car. And we were all thinking, dude, why didn't you just run? Because the police weren't even looking at you. But anyway, it was comical at the time, but I'm glad that the police caught him. And
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for your call. One time out is gone. You garnered one. Let's go to Buck in East Texas. Buck, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Appreciate you. Hey, we're talking the other day about the barbershops being closed on Monday. I think that goes back to days back. They were union, and they all got together, and that way they had Sunday and Monday off.
Is that what that was about? I don't know. I thought it was because they work a 6-day week. I mean, that is their weekend because they're always open on Saturday.
They figure it's a better business.
So
then.
Sunday, Monday is their weekend.
I kid you not. I went to get a haircut
union.
the other day, and they had a sign up now open on Mondays.
And now we're getting crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I had several. How do you say it?
Cosmetologist.
Cosmetologist.
Yeah,
I guess. Is that how you say
It's
it?
not that hard.
Several emails on that saying that the weekends, whether it's not our habits, it's a lot of people's habits that they are so busy on the weekends.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was a
that
union.
they will make up for lost time during the week.
Really?
They're so busy on the weekends.
To Tom in Hoover, 104.7 WZZK. Tom.
Green Acres, fellas.
Thanks for the call, buddy. What's on your mind?
Tom.
Back in 1996, when y'all first was up there at the studios, I dressed up as Gene Simmons, and y'all loved my makeup. Way back in the day.
You dressed as Gene?
How about that?
Y'all liked his makeup.
I bet he looked sharp, too.
Yep.
Did you blow fire?
Tony in Alabama. Tony,
be careful doing that.
Welcome to the program. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
About it.
Hey, so my father lives in Illinois, where I grew up, and we've been lifelong Chicago Cubs fans. And I don't get to talk to him a whole lot, so we kind of get to bond when Cubs games are on. We kind of just catch up as we watch the game. Well, Sunday night spring training game, I was talking to my father, and lo and behold, Beth Moen comes on the broadcast.
On the Cubs?
And yes, and I got really quiet. And my dad's like, "What's going on?" And I said, "Dad, you would not believe who's on the TV right now." I said,
"Oh my God!" The Cubbies.
Harry Carey's.
Beth Moen's here for the Cubbies. Cubbies. Beth Moen hanging out with the guys, talking, doing some baseball. I'm just like one of the guys, Greg. Yes. Hey, you know who's playing, Greg? The Cubbies.
Yeah, the Cubbies.
Holy
cow.
Holy cow. Cubbies. To Orange Beach, Sunny 105. Keith is standing by. Keith, go ahead.
More fellas.
Hey, buddy.
All right. Here's what we need to do for the immigration problem. We need to get the Republicans to go down to the border and help these people understand the difference between the conservative and liberal view, sign them up as Republican voters, and in about 6 weeks they're going to increase the size of that wall threefold.
Yeah, if you could pull off that campaign.
If you could somehow figure out a way to flip this around, one of the other things I may not be thinking about is Texas will pick up congressional seats out of this.
Yeah, that is true.
Yep.
Patrick and Muscle Shoals, WLAY. Patrick, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, Biggins.
Hey.
I was just wondering if y'all saw Joe Biden's interview the other day with the Irish Prime Minister, where it looked like there was a handful of weeds sticking out of his pocket.
Handful of weeds?
Oh, no. What has he done?
No, I didn't see that. Did anybody say a handful of weeds?
You know, you just never know when it comes to the president what you're going to see.
No, you're going to hear him when we come back refer to the vice president as the president again. We'll look at other stories that are out there and update you on what's happening in the world. We'll continue with some of your phone calls, too, as we move forward. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Also, don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, available again tomorrow.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. The O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events, things you need to know for next week. The manchurch.com tour back on the road, headed to McGee, Mississippi. I'll be there speaking to the men there, kicking off a man church service, and then they'll start plugging men into the small groups for the 40-week curriculum. Then the 27th, it'll be Lindale, Georgia. They're having like an outdoor tailgate type thing. Hopefully the weather will be good, and we'll have a low country boil, and I'll be talking to those men. They also have the discipleship strategy and the curriculum. We'll be plugging them into that. On the 28th of March, it is simply I'll be going up speaking to the men at First Baptist Church in Asheville, Alabama. They have their annual prayer breakfast. I'm honored to be their speaker. Then I'll be speaking to the entire church for the Sunday morning service. Going to the USS Battleship Alabama, in Mobile, Alabama, for the Forge men's event for the people of Mars Hill. That's their men's event. It'll be at the hangar where they keep the USS Battleship, the USS Alabama. So looking forward to that and being there with those guys. And then April 3rd, it'll be at a wild game feast. That's at South Shelby Baptist Church in Shelby, Alabama on the 3rd. And then April 9th, headed up to Cleveland, Tennessee. It is a field, woods, and water outdoor event there. And that's for anybody who wants to attend. Then you get down to Summerville, Georgia on April the 30th, and it just goes on and on and on. Find all those by going to rickandbubba.com under events. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and get excellent customer service at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day. And some of those gatherings are ticketed, some are not, some are free, but need you to sign up because of the ongoing spacing. You can find all those things out by going to whatever date you're looking for and just simply look at the specifics of each one because they do vary. We have a Biden update.
Did he go?
Where did he go? He's hiding in the basement. Does anybody know? Basement Joe.
Well, I'm like you, Bubba. Sometimes I feel like we're piling on, but he is the president of the United States. Pretty big deal, pretty big responsibility, pretty big office. Again, a slip up from Biden, and we're going to have these for the next 4 years, on and on and on. It will probably get even worse as we get into like year 2 and 3 and 4.
Oh, yeah.
But he has said a couple things here that we'll unpack. One of them is, here he goes again, referring to the vice president as the president. So here it is.
Because we believe that speed and efficiency must be matched with fairness and equity. Now, when President Harris and I took a virtual tour of a vaccination center in Arizona not long ago.
Well, at least he's honest.
Yeah. So listen again, because we're going to talk about this word equity too, but listen here.
Because we believe that speed and efficiency must be matched with fairness and equity. Now, when President Harris and I took a virtual tour of a vaccination center.
President Harris and I. So Adler was unpacking this word for me that the left is, and you got to pay attention for it, because when I first heard that, because you hear him referring to the vice president as the president, and he has made some stumbles and all that. And when he said equity, I'm like, equity? I mean, does he mean equality? And then Adler said no, that they're using this word equity now, which is another level of political correctness. So Adler, tell us, this is the new catchword with the left about we're not just going for equality, we're going for equity.
Right. You're going to hear where they used to use the word equality, now they're using the word equity.
And they're doing that because
okay, so equality is a level playing field for everybody. The rules are the same and it's fair.
Right.
And
kind of like the dream of Martin Luther King Jr.
Yes. If you follow the rules and you play the game, you'll probably win. Other people can't break the rules because it's a level playing field.
People aren't treated differently. Everybody's treated the same.
That is equality. Equity is a whole new level of quote unquote equality. Equity
Fairness.
is equality of outcomes, meaning everybody's end result is the same. So if you
that's big.
if you run the race, if you run the race slower, if you work harder, or if you work slower in the game, if you don't work as hard in this game, you'll still end up at the same spot as everybody.
It's not fair, Rick.
Equality is not the same thing as equity, and they're subbing this word equity in there, and that means equality of outcomes. Everybody's outcome at the end of the game, at the
No matter
finish
how you
line,
get there.
no matter
It's a fairness.
Right.
It's a fairness deal.
Yeah,
and
so
it gets rid of motivation to do anything. It's socialism. It is socialism.
Absolutely.
That's the bottom line.
100%. But they're using the word
Look at
equity.
that.
That is the word. That means if you over here have this size house, this, and this, then everybody should also have that.
Right.
Equity is no matter whatever you are and however this person achieved this, you should at the end have the same thing he has.
Impartial and fair.
And we this is the redistribution of wealth and pass it all around. And this is not a level playing field where you shouldn't be held back. This is you should get what everybody else gets no matter what you do.
Yes, no matter what you've done, the outcome, the end results should be the same for everybody. And that's how we end up all wearing gray suits. And we all end up we don't have a job. We're all on the side of the road. There's no commerce. There's no motivation. There's no reward for starting a business. All of that, it's all gone. And that's what the code word equity means.
And we're all marching in
Look at
formation, singing Janet Jackson, Rhythm Nation.
No, thank you, Adler. You're right.
Yeah, you're dead on.
There goes Wordsmith.
Yeah, well, he's
dead on.
Watching. See, let me tell you what's happening with Adler. Adler, like all of us, okay. He is a grown man now. He has a wife. He has a child, and he's a homeowner. He works his rear end off.
Yep.
He and his wife are hard workers, and he's understanding that you know what I was all about equality. That's the way things ought to be as best they can be, but he's realizing no, this is turning into full blown socialism. And it's very important. Like I heard
on the way to communism.
Well, this is the thing you don't understand. So I heard a guy the other day saying that his college professor, where was I? It might have been one of the filling folks on Limbaugh, I think it was, and he called in and he said, "My professor says that if you want to do, and I think about how ridiculous this is, if you want to do away with welfare." This is how poorly thought out this. Did you hear this?
Yeah, I know what you're going to say.
Well, then we need to establish a minimum national income, meaning
that you get a check anyway. That's the same thing.
This guy doesn't know what welfare is. I mean, he was like,
so he says that's a solution.
Yeah, if you want to get people off welfare, then you give them
you change the name of what you're giving them.
Correct. That's all it is. It's just you change the name of it. It's somehow
no longer called welfare.
It's not going to be great. No, it's called a national minimum income, meaning that the
so if you don't hit a lick, you're getting that.
The federal government is going to give everybody a minimum amount of money. I don't know how to break it to this genius. That is welfare.
Just by a different name.
Welfare already gives people something. Now it was designed to help people to get from a tough situation across the bridge to them back on their feet again.
Yes.
But it's turned into a minimum.
A way of
national income.
Generation.
It's getting paid for not doing anything, even when you're mentally and physically able to do it.
That's the key.
We should take care of those that can't take care of themselves, 100%. But those
too old, too young, mentally unable, or those temporarily down on their luck.
Yeah, that's it. So at the top of the hour, so he used the word equity again, but he also referred to the vice president as President Harris.
Funny, he can get the equity part right, but he can't remember what position that VP Harris holds.
Top of the hour. Still waiting for her to weigh in on Cuomo. Still hadn't happened. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big. We thank you for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler, all here for another hour. We'll get to more of your phone calls this hour as well. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us for the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
All right, a couple things. First of all, I've got to figure out why on TV3.
Oh,
this
boy.
thing on TV3 is driving me insane.
It is odd.
So March Madness, we have ESPN on TV3. And March Madness, the matchups are. And by the way, do you still have time to do the bracket, Helms?
Yeah, yeah. You got an hour or so, 2 hours.
You can
If you're listening live.
If you're listening live.
If you're listening live, you can still do a Rick and Bubba bracket. You got a couple hours to do that if you're listening live. They keep putting the matchups underneath what's going on the screen. You have Stephen A. Smith and
Stephen A. Bipp
and Max Kellerman, and who wants all of you to know he's not a racist.
Yeah.
But anyway,
He's just a wrong.
so when they show the matchups, the team that is on the left, and when I say left, I mean our left, looking at the screen, stage right, our left, they give the record. Like there's Cleveland with a 19-7 record, number 15, versus number 2 Houston, and Houston's record is not there.
And it's not we have figured out it's not a seeding deal because if the seeding is flipped, it's still
But
only
it's always the first
only
one.
on the first one listed.
So
team
why
that's versus the other team, they list the verse teams.
Yeah, why does ESPN have an inability to put the second team's record to the right?
That's etiquette, Rick. Everybody knows that.
Is it some basketball thing?
It doesn't make sense if it's the lower or higher rated team. It doesn't. There's no. What are we missing here, guys? There's something.
I don't know.
It's just been driving me crazy.
That's a mystery, and we've been talking about it for a few days here on the show. It is crazy.
Well, it started driving me crazy, and you know how when something's driving you crazy, you keep it to yourself for a few days,
Yes.
and then you're like, I want to share it with a group. I want to share it with my friends.
And now everybody's
I want to share it with my friends.
They're my friends.
They're my friends.
Do you ever have somebody like what I've just done and wish they share something like that, and you didn't know about it, and you wish they never told you?
Yeah, now I see it.
Yeah. I've had that happen
Now
before.
Rick, I'm staring at the screen right now.
I've had that happen to me a number of times.
How's your bracket look?
I don't do brackets.
I got to do my bracket.
I just don't. I mean, if that's your thing.
Bubba, you may get a perfect one, remember?
I heard you say that the other day, what was shocking, which I know it's your grandkids that caused that. When you said it the other day on the show, and I was completely shocked.
What?
You went to rip brackets, and so like your brakes went on, and you went. But I mean, if that's your thing, that's fine.
Did I say that?
And I was like,
Yeah, you even brought up
mean that.
COVID, and they're getting to have a tournament.
I think
and all
everybody
that.
feels a bracket out's a moron. Is that better? Is that better? Okay.
That's better. But
Somebody get a picture
Rick,
of the baby.
that actually felt better.
Yeah. All right. So the other topic, I don't know if somebody can help us with that, but the other topic.
Yeah, what are we missing here about this?
Because it's strange, and Rick, this is one of those things. Ever since you brought it up, it has bothered me too.
I want to know why.
I blame Max Kellerman.
And at first I thought, well, maybe it's a graphic issue and Adler can speak to this, where they've run out of typing room.
See,
that's not the case.
Yeah, heck, I had our TVs
if you
doing
see
it.
the other graphics that they're using at the top and bottom of the records, it's going all the way to the end of the TV.
Did you know what I'd love to do if I could meet Max Kellerman for the first time? If I could just meet Max Kellerman and we got in the same room,
Rick,
and he came. Look, there it is.
Why?
So
It
Stanford
makes 0 sense.
Why?
It's always the team on our left. It gives the record. It does not give the record to the team on the right.
But it's not always the highest ranked team or highest seeded team.
I want to know Utah Valley's records.
Somebody call.
But it's always the team on the left.
Yeah, I know it. Watch.
How many times?
And it doesn't matter what the seed is.
Doggone it.
And it's always on the team on the left.
I know. I don't.
It's always the left. The team that's versus.
Greg, if I had.
All right, so timeout. Look, they just flipped it.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, they did.
No, I know. Well, now we have Utah Valley's
That's
record.
what I'm saying is they flipped it.
Yeah,
they,
that was
they
the same
flipped,
one
yeah.
we were just looking at.
So
Why
maybe
they flip?
okay, so
are they listening right now?
No, they rotate them through.
So
you
let's
think?
see if they rotate
That's
this one and
what
go
it
Wake
is.
Forest. It still makes 0 sense why they're doing that.
They could still get the record of that second team in
Yes,
there. There's
they
room.
could. There's
I know,
all
that's what I'm
kinds of
saying.
room.
Stupid.
I don't understand that at all.
See, they did it there too. They flipped it. So that's what they're doing, and we're just now picking up.
Why are they doing that?
Of course, y'all tried to say
Because
it wasn't the
there's
case.
not a home and away because they're all playing at a neutral site. They're flipping the order that they put them
Who
in.
cares? I care about that.
I
like
tell
I
you
did my
this.
bracket.
There they are, Danny.
All right, so I know you can get the record now, and I know how they're doing it. I still don't know why they don't just put both records up there.
Yeah.
It didn't make any sense.
Now watch this. In a minute,
They'll flip it.
UC Davis is going to be on the left with
Right.
their
Hey,
record.
Greg, dang it! They're flipping it. They're
can't-
flipping it. Dadgummit.
Can't they just put the record right by
You would
UC
think so.
Davis and show it to us one time?
Yeah, that is crazy.
The
I mean, think of the CG guy. How many times he had to do
The
that?
only one with the record is
There
on
it
the
is.
left.
And they do a different color.
The color's based off their home,
team.
their team
Well,
colors.
Now that's not being efficient with time.
You
in,
talking
in,
about
in the
NKR?
workforce. Yeah.
All right, so we've kind of figured it out.
Speedy, how's your job today? Are you enjoying that?
I'm
It's
getting a little
better
bit of a
than-
break.
It's better than a taco shop.
No, it is.
if you're just joining us.
Yeah, so this is all the different stuff on the screen.
We had that guy on there the other time
so
making
good,
tacos.
by the way.
Yeah, all the different stuff on the screen.
Yeah. Ronald McDonald's back.
Okay.
I'll never
Somebody said they're giving information on the highlighted team and then flipping it. So underneath
So that's what they're
the
talking
verses, they're giving stats for the highlighted team that has the record by it. And then, they'll flip through.
I get that. It still makes no sense if I am
then the
watching
next
it.
time-
Why I can't get both records at the same time?
And next time through,
It's
they'll
like
flip
the other
it.
team doesn't even have a record.
It's like they're talking about
That's
that team, the one they're showing the record. They're talking about them.
I got you.
Hey, and it's the only one on the left that's getting it.
And I don't know if y'all know this or
Versus.
not, but the seeds do not matter.
Right.
That doesn't make a dang bit.
I'm gonna go back to this, Greg. If I got a chance to meet Max Kellerman in person, and I don't know that, I've had in some weird situation that could happen.
It could happen.
I would love to walk. Hey, Max, how you doing, buddy? And, hey, man. But I just appreciate what you do. I said I got one issue, and I said just to be honest, what's your problem with black people?
Yes, man, you seem racist.
So you come across a little almost like you look down on black people. Just watch him lose
Watch
his
him
mind.
panic.
Oh, I would love to do that. All right, here's another thing that I was wanting to mention just out in life, and and if I bring this up, it's gonna be another one of these things I think everybody's gonna notice. There was a time when I didn't see many redheaded people. I mean, they didn't come around a lot. I mean,
Not a whole lot of gingers?
I didn't feel like the ginger numbers were all. I mean, they're out there. But,
Coco was the only redheaded.
right, and I think it's some kind of because it is rare for someone to be really, really white, freckled, and redheaded.
Yeah.
And
I'm right here.
I know you are.
You're not,
But I'm talking about
orange freckled.
guys. I don't know what's happened.
You're not as pale as
But
I am.
redheaded people are going through the roof right now. I see redheaded people everywhere. I've started noticing an incredible number of redheaded people. Like everywhere I go.
I'm talking about like Carrot Top.
It's like we're on a ginger run right
Yeah.
now, and like Greg said, not kinda.
No.
I mean really redhead, like fire engine redhead.
It used to be kind of like you don't see a lot of redheaded people, but man, you
Bozo
see them everywhere now. I feel like the population has had an influx of redheaded people.
Well, that's going to be a better population.
There you go.
Well, I mean, you know,
Well, we're not saying it's bad.
No,
It's just I haven't noticed. I agreed with
A
Rick.
lot
when
of
he said it.
bullies.
No, it'd be like all of a sudden I walked up and I said, "But I'll tell you one thing: you just don't see dark-haired people anymore." I don't go anywhere now that there's not a pretty good representation of the redheaded world.
How about
A
that?
lot more than you used to see.
The ginger numbers seem to be through the roof right
Speedy shaved his also. He's out.
now. Yeah,
Are you seeing more female or male reds?
mainly males.
Hmm.
Like, and I mean, like a lot of them. I don't know. It's almost like I feel like, are y'all slowly taking us all out, where it's just y'all? I mean, it's something to consider, because there's some rumors. You got to watch a redhead. You got to watch a ginger. You've heard all the different old wives' tales about gingers.
Yeah.
You got to keep your eye on them.
You have.
Well, they got a temper. Everybody knows that.
Yeah. Fiery.
Yeah.
And you just got to. I'm just saying that
You want a ginger working for you.
Well, you know how I'm just I got a problem with it, but I'm just talking about. You know how sometimes like when their numbers, like Bubba's talking about this. Anytime I see a large number or something, there's a little bit of scare factor that goes with it. If it get no matter what it is, if it just you start saying, man, they're
Like bugs or something.
it's almost like you feel like they're doing something. They're building up for some reason. And I'm just
You think
the
you think-
ratio to redheaded people. Yeah. And your brunettes and your blondes, that red ratio seems to be going way up.
Do you think the Psaki thing, press secretary, because we're constantly seeing her every day now, do you think that's playing into this?
I don't, because I'm seeing it like in just my regular life. If I go somewhere, there'll be redheaded people there.
Well, that's okay.
I know, but I mean, more than I normally see.
Well, I didn't feel like I was
Seen
seeing
an
more
uptick.
hams. To your point, I don't think felt like I was seeing more blondes when the last one was there.
There's another redhead.
Yeah, there they are.
There he is.
See what I'm talking
Have
about?
we seen any numbers? Are they multiplying more
Guys,
than normal?
you know,
Calculated effort.
Y'all are multiplying. I knew it.
We're real people too.
There's nothing wrong with it.
I mean, we got how like
but you have a unique look.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, I want to give you a heads up on something. The filmmakers that were behind the Gosnell movie, they've announced a brand new project, and you need to be aware of it. It's a feature film called My Son Hunter. Now, this will expose the Hunter Biden scandal. You can learn more. Get this website down, mysonhuntermovie.com. This movie is going to tell everything, all the things that you've heard about Hunter Biden, the contents of his laptop, some of these foreign business deals, even his ties to China. Now, these are independent filmmakers, and they do need your help because, guess what? Hollywood is not going to fund this movie. It's too controversial, plus they have a political agenda. So if you want some of this truth to be exposed about some of the most powerful people in politics, you can help bring the film directly to the people because you're going to help fund it. Your gift of $10, $50, or $100 or more will help expose the most corrupt family in politics since the Clintons, and your donations will be 100% tax deductible. MySonHunterMovie.com, and make your donation. Help stop the media cover-up. MySonHunterMovie.com.
the gravy.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us today. As we continue to roll on, more topics to discuss and more of your phone calls coming in. We'll get to those. We were talking about the new world of streaming and apps and content and watching things on my own time, what I want to. It looks like the NFL thinks these modes and platforms are here to stay, as they have just reached an 11-year broadcast agreement with TV partners Amazon Prime. They got all the different partners, but one of them is the one that's got everybody looking today. Is Amazon Prime has landed the Thursday night NFL game for $10 billion a year.
Wow.
Let me say that again. And anybody doesn't think the NFL is big business. You think Amazon's going to pay $11 million? Now, I think some of this
$10 billion, Rick.
Don't forget this is the Thursday
$11
night
billion.
game.
Well, it'd be
$10 billion a year.
No. It's $10 billion a year. So for 11 years, good night.
Well, I can't even
get
run
the
that
old
number.
slide rule out.
But again, there's other ways to look at this, and Bubba and I were just talking about this yesterday.
Over $100 billion.
Some of this goes back to you think to yourself, and it's not really being wise with the math. Okay, they're going to pay $10 billion a year, so I guess they could think the NFL is going to make them what, a profit on $10 billion a year? No, you got to think about all the leverage stuff. What they're trying to do is find anything that would bring more audience to their app, so that people might want their app for other things as well.
Yeah, they could use it as a loss leader. You know, if they broke even, they'd be
an LL.
They'd be tickled.
Loss leader.
But what other business will they drag to it? So they will have. What will it be? The Thursday night game?
Yep, Thursday night game.
Yeah,
it'll be exclusively on Amazon Prime.
You cannot get it on the NFL channel anymore. You can't get it anywhere in terrestrial TV or cable, satellite. You have to get it on the Amazon Prime app.
I see here it says DirecTV Sunday ticket will no longer be part of the package. Are they talking about for just Thursday night or at all?
Looks like
well, all their other deals were in here too that they've done. They've and Speedy hit it earlier and he ran through them, but all of their deals are done. So I think that may reference that they just didn't cut that deal again. It didn't have anything to do with the Thursday night game. They just went a different way. But the Thursday night game will belong to Amazon Prime. That's the only place you'll be able to watch it. Now, I'm with you, Greg. First of all, I don't watch much NFL at all, and I certainly don't watch the Thursday night game.
No.
This is just more of an update on technology and the NFL.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
You still got some constants that are there, like Sunday night, NBC is going to have that. ESPN will still have Monday Night Football. And then the NFC still lands on Fox. AFC still lands on CBS. And then on down, they separated the agreements as far as Super Bowls go and the schedule all the way up to, 2033 and how that spreads out. But I didn't realize, and I know we talked about NFL and ratings, but that last line in the story talking about just programs that are the most watched. According to the league, 24 of the top 25 most watched programs on television over the last 5 years have been NFL games, and 77 of the top 100.
So, Bubba, I'm like you. I keep reading this over and over again to see if I can clarify what you're asking. But the way they wrote it, the biggest changes, Thursday night games will become the exclusive domain of Amazon Prime. We got that. Mm-hmm. And DirecTV's Sunday ticket will no longer be part of the package. Okay. Well, if they're set, because they've already said that.
No, and that I have that. I love that because you have every game on.
Yeah.
You go through and. The only ones that are blacked out are the ones carried by your local affiliates.
Well,
so
this is showing you more trouble with DirecTV.
I know. I know. I hope that ain't right.
They're losing ground.
Yeah, but I mean, from someone that had Sunday ticket for a year, before I realized I was getting charged. That trial. Well, they'll do that 12-month thing and they'll surprise you. They'll keep it going. You forget to call back. But
that's why they do it.
Honey, why did $240-something get drafted out of the account? What are you talking about? Oh, Sunday ticket. Dadgummit, I forgot to call it back.
Yep.
Thursday nights were never part of that.
Right.
I mean,
so,
it was always just Sunday.
No, so what they're saying is DirecTV is out. They did not get renewed as a partner to the NFL with Sunday ticket.
Mm-hmm.
So Sunday ticket's over. Out. And that starts in 2023, right?
The problem is now there's no package you can go to see all the games. Unless something here I'm missing in this.
I know that the
Thursday ticket,
the NFL app, and some other things you can pay to have access to games. I'm not sure.
I mean, I love the Sunday ticket because I could sit there and flip through every game, see whoever I wanted to.
Could you see every game?
Yeah, every game.
Every game.
Unless it was blacked out. Unless it was.
I would eat chicken while I was watching.
Yeah, I got Sunday ticket for the farm
with a redhead
because I have DirecTV at the farm.
Yeah,
and I never watched it not one time.
See,
Rick, that's how they get you.
Yeah, I know. That's
I know,
how
just keeps renewing every year, and you don't know.
But you got to understand how I am, though. I'm the kind of person that I'll make those kind of arrangements. So if the day ever happens, I've got because I thought to myself while we were hunting and stuff, we may want to check out some stuff down there, and it just never happened. But I like knowing that it could. Mm-hmm. Does that make sense? It's like you got to be prepared for any situation. So that will change, and I'm with you. I'm telling you what's going to happen. Is Amazon Prime is going to have this Thursday night game, and you just hit on it, Speedy. They're removing competitors to the potential of the NFL app being Sunday Ticket.
Yeah,
on our app you can watch any game you want to. That's where that's going.
Yeah, and they even said in here too that they're going to offer as part of streaming packages. Paramount Plus is the new CBS All Access, and then you got ESPN Plus. Peacock is NBC, and then what is this here for Fox? Is it Tubi or whatever? I haven't heard of that one.
Yeah,
anyway,
it's a streaming service.
They're going to offer various levels of regular season action, but only through those streamings of those networks. So I guess you'll have your main network games and then some streaming options. But the NFL, Rick, I went to their app, and it was like, click here to watch something another, and it was locked, and it was like, okay, you can, subscribe or whatever, and of course I didn't.
No, of course
no
not.
free trial.
There's no free trial. How many free trials do you think you've tried?
No, I mean, we have Prime, Netflix. So whose stomach is that?
Somebody's stomach.
We have. We have Paramount Plus.
What's
Paramount Plus. I couldn't get it out.
Must be hams.
And then we were thinking about Discovery Plus, but haven't yet. That's all we got.
Here is another story. It says ESPN president says there's no Sunday ticket deal yet. 14 hours ago.
Out.
So that must mean they have they're doing all these different services, but whoever will get a Sunday ticket deal has not been announced yet. Maybe DirecTV before it's over. Maybe some app. Who knows?
And you know what's weird is that with DirecTV and the Sunday ticket and all this kind of stuff having that relationship, it's weird that Uverse doesn't even offer the NFL channel. You can't even get it. They don't even offer it.
Yeah, it's on.
It is, isn't it? Because they're owned by the same company.
I think it gets down to what's
I'm laying back.
I tell you the thing that I can't figure out is why the outdoor channel is some. I mean,
yes, I know.
It's the outdoor channel.
Why you got to hunt for that?
Come on, man.
Yeah, right. We're hunting it. I mean, that shouldn't be.
Really won't.
You should watch hunting, not hunt it.
Right. Why are y'all acting like the outdoor channel?
Yes.
I mean, you're gold bullion or something.
You have that problem too. Huh?
I did. Yeah. And I actually talked to somebody one time when I was trying to get my internet service when we were in the pandemic to get it like I liked it.
Yeah.
I said, "Why I got you on the phone? I want the outdoor channel. Put that on my package." And she said she did, but it never showed up. And of course, I can't deal with what it takes to go ask about it.
You probably get charged for that too.
I don't know. We'll find out. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Speedy, pick this up. We came into the world in the usual way with our brains to catch.
You can't wait to like you, Dad.
You know I'm gonna be like you. Somebody, let's go with it. Somebody say it. And the cat's in the cradle and the silver spoon. Little boy blue and the man in the moon.
When you're coming home, I don't know.
Well, Bubba, we've got a baby's daddy on hold right now. They want us to do a baby prediction. Out of Atlanta. Mitch, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing good, but it's actually my daughter-in-law and my son that's having the baby, and I got them on the line with us. So
okay, we need.
I tried to raise them right and get them to listen to y'all, but they won't listen to me, so I just called in myself.
Oh, they don't listen to us?
No, that's I've been trying to tell them for years they need to. Which now my son, he works during the day, so it's kind of hard for him to listen. But
yeah, not really. Oh, is he not drive? Is he not on the way to work? I mean, can he not
have a smartphone?
Is he tied up all day long? Can't listen to a podcast archive? What's his problem?
He's a lineman. He ain't made it up as high as Greg was yet, so you know he's got the bottom of the totem pole.
He'll get there. So we need to talk.
So he don't have paper cuts like Greg does.
Right. They ain't got time to listen to the show.
We need to talk to the.
Who'd that be?
We need to talk to your daughter-in-law.
All right, Brittany, it's your turn.
Brittany, hello. Hey, Brittany.
Hi.
Do you feel sort of like this is a baby prediction? Your father-in-law wants more than you do. I mean, are you excited about it?
Both.
Both. Okay.
I kind of want to know why she didn't watch or listen.
Yeah. Why do you not support the program?
I just joined the family.
You just joined the family.
Well,
so
there's time.
You can't help it. Okay. So I got now. What about your husband? Why is he not listening to the show? It's really disappointed his dad.
You know, I'm a busy man. I got a lot of stuff going on. Not everybody can just drive down the road and listen to the radio.
By the way, you're wrong. Everybody can do that.
I tried to get a CDL instead of going to lineman school.
Sadly, millions of people do it every day.
You wouldn't believe the number of people that find a way to hear this show. All right, so
he's hardworking.
Brittany, we need to talk to you. Brittany, are you back on the line?
I am.
All right, Brittany, what does your husband do for a living? And we know that, but tell us anyway.
Mm-hmm.
He's a lineman.
Now, what does that entail? Does he sweat a lot on his job, or is he more of a clipboard holder?
He sweats a lot.
He does sweat a lot.
Mm-hmm. What kind of hobbies does he have away from work other than the obvious?
Hunting and fishing.
Hunting and fishing. I saw that one coming.
Yeah.
All right, so what kind of underwear does he normally wear? Is he a boxer, the loose boxers, boxer briefs, tighty whities, commando? What does he normally do?
Boxers.
Loose or the boxer briefs?
Kind of both.
Both, combination of the both. Okay.
Let's talk about you for a minute. Is the hair on your legs growing more or less, or about the same?
More.
No doubt.
You're sure it is more. And is this first baby with Dad?
Second baby with him. First baby, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
What about your cravings from 6 months on? More salty or sweet?
What the heck is going on?
Is there something wrong with the animal? what's
Brittany, are you in a factory where they're rolling things?
Right.
What is
right?
this?
I mean, did your husband his attempt to get on the road again without the radio run over it? What happened?
My daughter got in her four-wheeler.
Okay.
Stay in it.
All right. So the hair on your legs is growing more. You're sure about that? Now
your cravings.
Now the cravings from about 6 weeks on.
6 months.
6 months on.
Yeah.
More salty or sweet?
Probably sweet.
Yeah, that's what we thought.
Yeah.
Well,
okay. It's pretty clear.
Yeah, it's pretty clear.
Rick.
Have you had a sonogram yet?
I have.
Apparently, you have a lot of animals.
Is that a parrot? Hey, be sure that dog hasn't caught your daughter on
and
the
a
floor.
dog.
Yeah.
Hope that's your dog barking.
Tell your daughter to drive faster. It's after him. All right, so we believe that it will be a boy. We think it is a boy.
It is.
Is that what they said?
Yes.
Yeah, well, you can't trust
Now we know
sound.
for sure.
You
Now we know
can't
for-
trust sound, but we're about 98% accurate.
That's right.
And
And
when we get good information.
That's got to have good information. And Brittany, you did a great job of getting us that information. So thank you
Thanks.
guys, and congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, see you guys.
How you doing?
Good. It's just
science.
Yeah.
Just science, folks.
Science.
I had a little bit of everything in it.
Yeah, I saw you at one point. You were leaving.
I was. I'm about to run out of here.
Who'd that be?
But doesn't that kind of boggle the mind that there's people that don't listen?
I know.
I mean,
Yeah, that
I
was
can't
true.
imagine anybody not want to hear that.
But you know what it was. You know
I
what that
just
means?
telling the guy that the other
Her
day.
dad-in-law was a bit up. Her dad-in-law was a bit up about it. Wouldn't let it go. Let's get this over with. He wants you up.
For the love of God, call these people so you dated quit doing this.
I don't know who he's talking about.
That's right. And watch out.
Two
Watch
yahoos out
the
there.
daughter on the four-wheeler. There's a dog after.
Let's go outside where it could be possibly as loud as all get out.
Yeah, I don't
They just
think
live in life.
it
They
could
just
have
living.
been more noisy if she was like in the middle of a factory.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who'd that be?
The people when you were out, Greg. I mean, I thought a fellow lineman has gotten into radio. I thought he'd be into that.
Well, Rick, they don't have a lot of radio time.
You know what he was saying?
What, driving to
Well,
work?
y'all act like
That guy's. Well, I guess on the way in, you can.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But, I mean, why would
We're
he
on
not?
pretty early.
Why would he not feel connected to you?
I would listen between jobs. It depends on what your job.
Greg, I remember one time during the Nancy Quest, or what was it? Not Nancy.
Vicky Quest.
Vicky Quest.
Good Lord.
It's only chased down Nancy.
Okay,
Remember that crazy
maybe it is
Nancy?
official. I've hung on too long.
No, you're right.
Maybe God's trying to tell me something.
But then,
but anyway,
I worked by myself.
It's
then,
been a good run, Rick.
It has.
And you're right. I pulled off the road to listen.
I remember you said Vicky Quest. It had you.
It had me. I quit working.
So,
for
I mean, they do have radios in the trucks, right?
they do now. There was a time when you didn't, but yeah.
I mean, AM, FM's pretty standard.
He
now.
kind of
mean,
told us.
No, but there was. I remember I drove all the way to Miami in a truck with no radio. In it.
Oh my!
Really? Did y'all sing,
Or air conditioned, as far as that.
did y'all
went.
sing some tunes on the way down?
Yes, we did.
Air
The windows were down. It was real loud in there.
Yeah.
Air conditioning? No air conditioning?
No air, no nothing.
What?
That was back
How'd
when
the
I first
union
started
allow
working
that?
there.
Is that when that was?
Well,
it-
then by the time I left, though, they had them with cruise control, all the
Oh,
heat and air and everything.
That's when you won Andrew's Angels.
That's right. That first one.
Okay.
Yeah.
How you came home with that shirt on?
I knew I should have known better than let you say that. I would have come up with a different saying. You know?
Yeah, right. Well, they were being appreciative of Hurricane Andrew, that Greg was part of the crews that got there. Well, you had to start all over, didn't you?
Yeah, there was a total rebuild.
I think that's interesting what you said, and that is sad, but this is so bad. We just got to start it like a new subdivision.
Yeah. Nothing was. It was unreal.
Yeah, and then they all appreciated it, so they gave y'all shirts. They called y'all Andrew's Angels.
Yeah, and I knew you would love it.
What about when I came over to
Y'all
Mom?
did a
I
great
think it was
job.
a Sunday afternoon. Mama was cooking food, and I walked in, and he had that shirt on. I said, "What in the world?" You
And
can
of course,
see, yeah, you can see for just a minute he was like, "What have I done?"
he took it and ran with it.
Why have I let Rick see this?
Yeah, I should have never done. I forgot who I was and where I was at.
Yeah, most of the time they didn't have a fancy saying on them. They would just say what year and hurricane, whatever.
Don't you downplay you, Andrew Angel.
If you're an angel, be proud of it, Greg.
Yeah,
Phone calls coming up, 866-WE-BE-BIG. There's a line available for you, and we'll chat with you when we come back. Harry Murdahl ready to take your phone calls right now.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 11 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Lines available for you now. Come on with it. Let's go. What is on your mind? 30 seconds a pop. At the end of 30 seconds, your time on the program comes to a close, and then we move. Hey, want to get you to pointed in the right direction. Have you listened to the show yet on the Raycon earbuds? BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. Boy, the audience is loving these, loving them. Real discreet, very comfortable, fits in your ear. About half the price that the other brands out there that want you to have something white hanging out of your ear like there's something wrong with you. But these, you don't see them. They're discreet. They're comfortable. You'll love them. They sound fantastic. You'll love the bass. The Bluetooth pairing, seamless. 6 hours of playtime. Love it. About half the price of the other brands, and we're getting you an additional 15% off at our URL, which is buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. At this price, and I had an emailer say this the other day, at this price, you can pick up multiple pairs. So check it out, buyraycon.com/Bubba. To the phones we go. 30 seconds will be king. That means the buzzer will sound at the end of your call. Lines are available. We start with Matt and Roanoke. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Matt, go ahead.
All right, quick call here, 30 seconds. First-time caller, and it worked. And so just like to give Speedy a shout-out. He's going to try to make it down to Southern Union today. And just like to invite all of y'all to watch our ball game on video, highschoolsportsnetwork.com.
All right, Dan. All right, so this is
Matt Speedy's coming to the game.
Are y'all going to let him sit in for an inning?
We will, more than an inning if he would like.
I think you ought to let him be there all the time.
Yeah, I agree.
Matt, that'd be awesome, Speedy.
So Speedy,
you do a great sports.
So your son is playing at Southern Union today.
No, yes, he plays for Wallace State.
I got that, but that's where they're on the road today.
Yeah. Correct.
And I know you were excited about going.
Mm-hmm.
And so they got a doubleheader. You don't have to get up tomorrow in the morning, so it's easy to go on the doubleheader.
Is this where you're talking me into going?
Yeah, sometimes you can't do that. When it's a work night, that's tough. But since it's Saturday tomorrow, no problem. And so you'll go down there for the doubleheader. And I think they start at 1.
How long will it take me from Sylacauga to get there?
That's a good question, Bubba. You know that area more than me.
Well, I don't know the Wadley area, though, like I need to.
You don't?
No.
Mm.
I just don't know from Sylacauga.
I'm confused about Southern Union. I thought it was in Opelika.
No, that's a branch campus.
The main campus is in Wadley.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
got you.
Yeah.
Now, Bubba, you nearly played for Southern Union, didn't you?
That was a long time ago, Rick. Long time ago.
Hey, if I could, I need some clarification. But, there you go, Bubs.
Yeah.
About 53. I thought the game was at 2, and now I just saw a report it's at 1. It's been moved up.
Moving up.
The
You're
first
going,
one.
aren't you?
Rick, 53 from Sylacauga. I thought Atlanta was 53.
What are you doing in Sylacauga?
Oh, I go up and down 280 all the time.
All the time.
I'm a regular down through there.
But what are you doing down in Sylacauga? You going to
farm, lake?
I should have brought the
visiting
coyote
the kids
for you.
in Auburn. I had 280s. 280s my second home.
What about 53 minutes? What about
that's a little.
JC don't want Speedy to come because he can be yelling at him from the stands.
I am not.
No, you're right.
That's
be
not
that guy.
true. That's not true.
Well,
Yelling at the umps.
Does he
yelling at
do
his
better
son.
when you're there or not there?
We think it's when we're not. But it's just it
Yeah,
just
you can
has
relax
nothing to
and
do
play
with what
ball.
I'm doing.
Well,
You talking about so he can relax and play ball?
That's right.
Yeah.
Greg.
So, every time you look up and see your dad with handcuffs around his mouth, come on, JC.
Or giving you one of these.
What are you doing?
That's not. I don't do that.
You what?
I don't. I don't.
Old Speedy did.
Well, you talking about when
Did you
I
ever see
thought it
Speedy
was-
coach? Any?
when it was,
You're
I thought it
new-
was
you
real
cussed a
serious.
lot.
You're new Speedy now.
Greg, you
It's a different Speedy.
He was a very active baseball coach.
Hey,
Absolutely.
let me say this, if I could, back to Bubba going to the farm, which made me think about the coyote that I offered you, Bubba, the full
He's got
body
a full
stuffed
body
coyote. When you talking about
You had
really
it in
into, you about
storage.
really into stuff.
Rick, you had it in storage.
We were really into hunting. You know that.
Oh.
We'd go anywhere.
If you mount a full body coyote, you're into
We
it.
were so in hunting.
Sitting up on a rock, too.
Listen, we were so into hunting at one time. It's a wonder that some of the species even existed.
I know. Just threw it over my back, walked out. Adler
I think I
really
was with you when you shot
Adler
that.
wants
Yes.
it. Adler wants it for
Yes.
his new house.
Adler does want that, Bubba, so I know
Yeah,
I
that's
offered
fine.
it up to the farm.
That's fine.
Trust me, Bubba may not need it.
Yeah, I started to say you might have to come get it in a month.
just let Adler have it. Save a trip.
You don't need a pontoon, do you?
There's be more stuff we got to get rid of.
That's right.
Oh, my gracious.
Clean house.
Two words, estate sale.
What we're going to do with Big Boy?
Yeah, guys.
Well, we've given up on Big Boy. It's over.
Well, Rick, we shut it down when the pandemic.
I know.
If you want
I caught him pouting back there the other day.
Yeah, but we didn't hear anything but the Big Boy.
Oh, yeah.
How we get the pandemic?
Did you not agree when we shut the tickets down?
No, I agree with that.
Me too. That's what I was
But I
talking
thought
about.
it was a good excuse not to have to do it.
Yeah,
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's
Rick, if you think about it, it makes no sense.
Rick,
There
that's
won't
what
be
I'm
room
saying.
for it in our new studio in your garage.
No, listen,
It makes no sense.
Listen, I remember when we were reasoning out that for some reason it was going to give people the pandemic.
Yeah.
I don't know how we figured that.
Rick,
Right.
but we act like we set it out just so the people here could look at it.
Yeah,
Not really.
But I love we all bought in though. That's a good point.
That's what I went with.
Okay, pandemic.
That's a good point. Somebody may touch it, then somebody else touch it. But nobody's loud in here. But I'm sure we'll still get it.
Anybody in here to look at it, Rick?
Yeah. I don't know if I can make it down today, though, Matthew. I'll try.
Jim,
I'd like to see you call in, and I bet
I'd like to go see. I haven't seen JC play in a long time.
Well, the streaming option is there.
It is. It's not the same though when you don't see your daddy in the stands.
I'll get a picture, maybe
Stop
JC.
But there's so many. There's so many times you can't go. You hate to blow one that you could do. That's all I'm saying.
He wasn't listening to Cats and Cradle a minute ago.
Well, no, I'm there.
Had his headphones
going
on
now.
something else.
Nah, JC had already marked this when you not being there. Don't mess it up. In his mind, you weren't coming.
Oh, really? Yeah. So he was.
When he was looking at schedule.
He was
no way he's coming to Wadley.
He was loose and ready to play too.
Yeah. He said, I can actually just play ball. They
See,
breathe.
Right.
So is it quicker to go to Alex City and hit 22 or go through Sylacauga? Somebody.
How about this too? I've got to go home.
You ain't going.
I got to go home. I got to go home first. I'm in a handle. I got to go home first.
It's double. Why?
Well, I didn't bring enough clothes.
We'll go in there and get some out of the merch.
yeah.
I'm talking about cold weather clothes.
I got a coat and I got a Huddle House coat on.
Bubba's got that vest.
Hey, listen.
Just in his Huddle House.
Hey, by the way, if you don't,
Hey, it's plenty big for you.
Greg, and if you don't mind dressing in Briarwood lacrosse gear, I got tons of it. I got a hoodie. I got sweatpants. I got everything you think of.
JC, you went to Briarwood?
I'm just trying to save you a trip. So the
Oh
sun
my
can see.
gosh.
I think you got to go with that Huddle House jacket.
Please show it with the Huddle House jacket on.
Greg, you don't have
It's
any
a
good,
nice.
Dave.
Hey, it's
Yeah,
a
we're
nice
not-
one too. It's one of those,
You hate to miss your
Quilted.
son's play game if you can't. If you there's no reason to miss it.
Guys, I'm going.
There's so many times.
I'm there now.
Yeah, I mean,
You're burnt out
You
on it.
could watch it on streaming, not the same, but I
Right.
mean,
get a lot of stuff done, but
yeah.
you're right.
What's so important? More important, your son's baseball game?
Will we have access to the recording when you sit in with the play-by-play?
I
guys?
hope not. Better not. I don't know that I will. Should I just go down there?
Yeah,
I'll tell you, Matthew. I'll let you know.
If you're
well,
there,
I'm there. I'm there.
Can I tell you what cards?
I'm going.
Can I tell you what cards you can play? I'm just kind of here to see my son play.
Well,
Rick Day said one inning.
Never
One
even
inning
know.
ain't gonna kill him.
I don't know that he'll play. You never
say all
know.
nine.
You never know.
Oh, now that.
Now that'll hurt.
Huh?
Now that.
So we're just gonna tell fibs now.
No, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. You just never know. I don't coach. I don't know.
Don't fib on Friday.
I have to sit there and see what the lineup is.
Yeah. You ever made that trip and everybody was telling you they're
Yeah.
gonna play everybody,
Yeah.
and you get there and they don't play.
Yeah. I could sit there for 4.5 hours and not even see him on the field.
Never
I don't
get,
know.
Never get to 4.5 back.
double header. Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Surely
long,
a doubleheader.
You talking about like on the streaming? You just walk by and go, okay. In this particular lineup they're playing today, he's not in. I'm glad I saw that.
Yeah. See, that could happen. But now y'all got me going.
Now,
So you'll be on the radio between games, between the doubleheader.
Yeah.
with old pal.
Filling
call.
time.
Old
Matt?
pal now.
Was it Matt? What was
Pat,
his name?
Matthew.
Pal.
Very good.
Hey, now it just hit me that if I was in your position, I would stream the first game and take a look and see how things look. Then I'd go to the second one.
Yeah, but you ain't got time to make that call.
No, if
Well,
you go down
Take too
22,
long to get there.
Yeah.
Not if you go down 22.
Bubba, what
Greg,
time?
you're not doing anything.
Bubba, you gonna watch both games or just one?
I'm probably a long hauler. I'm in for both.
Both. Oh, you gonna have your Huddle House jacket on? Ready?
Thanks, guys.
They got a concession stand. That's big to know.
Probably not.
Yeah. What? How's the hot dog? Matt, call back. Let us know how
Heck,
the
with
hot dogs
COVID, you
are.
don't know what
Is there
concession
anything
stands are
better
open.
than a ballpark hot dog?
Not much.
Yeah.
Not much.
Now we would if somebody brought you a ballpark hot dog at a restaurant, you'd be upset.
You throw it away.
But at a ball game, it's perfect.
Oh yeah.
How soon
Absolutely.
after the
Especially if
show
they're boiled.
will
I
y'all
love it.
forget about me and what I'm doing?
Well, I'm going to get my physical today, so I won't ever think of you again.
Okay, thank you, Rick. How about you, Greg?
What's that?
Okay.
Now do what?
Now, Bubba will check in with me, but other than
He
that,
will. I think Bubba will check in.
Yeah.
No, he won't.
I may be there waiting on you.
Rick and Bubba got to cling to the team right now.
He'll be checking up on all kinds of stuff.
I do have a
I got a great line, but I won't sit on it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.